Oh, so
Hello, we're live.
So.
Hello and welcome to everyone watching this. I know our 50,000 person audience filling the Tacoma Dome is really there, but I appreciate everyone who is watching.
It's just me and all my
welcome to, it's George and all of his accounts. Welcome back to our adventure here with the Vagabonds. We're very excited, and since we're already a minute late, I'm going to go ahead and get started with the recap. Although I will say tonight I'm not drinking Canada Dry Bold because I ran out and the grocery store didn't have any. So, Canada Dry, contact me and we'll set up a sponsorship. Could be that new revenue stream for you.
Yeah.
All right. Last we left off, the Vagabonds awoke from a fretful and restless night, during which Varus contacted his patron, Fetch, and begged for the return of his powers. Surprisingly, Fetch appeared and offered Varus a deal. Fetch would return Varus's powers in exchange for something else. Something that Varus wouldn't miss now, but might miss later. Varus accepted, and had his powers restored. In the morning, the party concluded their negotiations with Visir, the Cambian daughter of Corzin Fatedraw, and learned of a surprising familial relationship between Apollodux, the angelic figure from which Xerius channels his power, and the oppressive ruler of Haversteep known as the Heretic or Tadriel. Once negotiations had finished, Visir and her bone devils escorted the party to the mansion of Corzin. Visir and her soldiers promised to hold the front of the house to prevent anyone from entering in behind the party, and you rushed into the house, finding a twisted, corrupted version of the beautiful near palace that you had spent some time at in New Calamon. Brutal depictions of devils, and even Corzin himself slaughtering humans and other familiar figures, were hung on the walls, and the lush, comfortable furniture had been replaced by chairs with restraints and torture elements built in. Quickly and quietly moving through the foyer area into the short hallway to your left, you explored some of the rooms and the bookcase at the end of the hall, finding a few books of interest. On pulling one of the bookcase rotated and revealed a descending set of stairs that led to a large hall scattered with bones. With a keen eye, Kanan led the group through the entry area, mostly avoiding the trapped floor tiles that shot needles filled with acid. You took a moment to collect yourselves and ventured into the next room, where you engaged two figures wrapped in chains in hardy combat, during which the chains themselves became animate and assaulted you, wearing Kanan and Varus down slightly. The Vagabonds continued through to the next room, being mostly cautious to remain quiet along the walls of the strange oval-shaped room. A pool of blood rested in the middle, and Harriet, stepping in just a little too close, narrowly avoided being smashed by a large and half-regenerated ogre-like monstrosity who rose from the pool alongside a figure somewhat resembling one of the daughters of Alshan that you fought in the Taco City. Though this figure had dull and lifeless eyes and lacked any awareness that Alshan's daughters had possessed. Rapidly dispatching of these foes, you stealthily slipped into the next room and found numerous coffins, each being attended to by a single human wearing odd robes and an even stranger headdress. Varus attempted to sneak by, but was found out and struck down two of these humans. Rushing to his aid, the rest of the party engaged in battle, and only one of the cultists escaped, quickly bringing reinforcements, including Visir's brother Durant. Durant fought briefly, but soon vanished to another plane, promising to take his vengeance. The party fought on, eventually facing down a human who had been gifted some of Corzin's power, who was studying a thick tome written in some sort of code, requiring a cipher to properly understand. Next, you entered into a still and dusty prison, where you found a little evidence that someone or someones had recently been moved, and followed the tracks into the next room, quickly defeating more humans engaged in a bizarre ritual that seemed to be an attempt to bring a gigantic elven figure, a creature from the childhood fantasy stories Anira heard, to life. Kanan wisely destroyed the elf's head in the fire of a censer nearby, and the party continued to the next door, where they inserted a large star-shaped key found earlier into the door, revealing yet another set of descending stairs. You listened at the door and heard nothing, then entered in and saw two large statues carved to resemble perfectly lifelike Rakshasas. The statue gave off a powerful and nearly overwhelming essence, and all of you were shaken in your minds, Varus falling prey to the madness of this place, and entering into an utterly complacent state, turning his sword, Heartstriker, on Kanan at the suggestion of the whispers in his mind. And that is where we left off. So, Varus, attack Kanan and make 2 strikes. we'll get off of this happy, fun noise.
Ooh. Those are bad. I know that's a good thing for you, but they're still bad.
Okay. And give me a sec here. Okay, yeah.
Also, just a heads up, Matt, George and Sky are switched on the
Different
stream.
spots.
Do you want to switch characters, George?
Yeah, let's do it. I've only
Yes!
played
Oh no!
Yeah.
Please.
I've never played a cleric.
I've played a druid. My last druid died in
Oh.
hell too.
It's just you
Never
two.
mind.
He's not wrong.
Born but not
I killed
forgotten.
him.
Gorn, but not for Gorn with the
Gorn,
wind.
but not Gorn with the wind.
Okay, so the map is going to take, several thousand years to
Eons.
load. You all are at the bottom right-ish portion, just for Roll20's sake, whenever it does load.
I see it.
It all be blurry. Okay, and everyone's in their right spot, correct? Okay, good. All right, so 2 strikes. The first one's a nat 1. You miss wildly, just sort of stabbing, kind of absent-mindedly. Like, yeah, okay, I'll turn my sword, whatever, just boop, and you miss. Kanan kind of instinctually reacting and moving out of the way. Second strike, 17, I also don't believe hits. Is that correct?
Sorry, my audio isn't working. I just got here. What happened?
Oh,
Attack you.
yeah, Varus is attacking you at the behest of the whispers that have overridden his mind. So the first
Okay,
one
17
does not hit.
does not hit.
Okay, so Kanan, you see Varus just sort of blankly stab at you with his sword the first time, and the second time take a little bit more pointed strike, but is still unable to actually impact you, and you kind of deftly just step out of the way. Anything anyone would like to do?
Varus, what's up? I'm just gonna hold an action to punch him if he tries to stab me again.
Okay.
Am I able to say anything?
You don't really feel any need to.
Okay.
Zarius might step like over around behind, like sort of next to Varus,
Okay.
just like waiting to see if he does it again, and then because he knows stuff like this has been happening with people
Sure.
going crazy, so he's just kind of getting ready. He's got his sword drawn.
Okay. Varus, you hear more whispers in your mind that say, "The tiefling, stab the tiefling, stab the tiefling, stab the tiefling."
Do it.
Can I can I do one of my battle master things? Make it spicy?
I don't think that what is happening would have any awareness of your capabilities, so it would
Okay.
just be a regular basic attack.
Then I'll just turn around and stab Zarius twice.
Okay. Go to make your attack rolls.
Much better.
All right, a 20 and a 25. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah,
I think both of those hit.
Those might hit.
Okay, so you take a
21
total of
damage.
11 plus 10, so 21 points of damage to Zarius.
21.
One. Okay.
What would you all like to do?
Can I entangle Varus?
Yeah, absolutely.
Good one.
So you cast the spell. Varus, you don't really feel any reason to resist or to fight back against this, so you automatically fail the save. And these weeds and vines sprout up from between the cracks on the ground where the little bits of moss are. And they grow into these enormous vines and wrap around Varus's arms and legs, holding him into place.
So is he restrained or grappled?
Let's see.
He's
He's
are his
restrained.
arms bound?
Yeah, he's
Okay.
restrained.
So he's
He can't
Zarius.
attack.
Yeah, Zarius will. I wasn't here. Let me check what spell slots I've got.
Can
Oh,
I try
no.
and take his sword, Varus's sword, out of his
Sure.
hand?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try and take Varus's sword out of his hand.
Okay. Varus, you don't feel any reason to hold back, or or resist it, just let go, no
And
problem.
then I'm gonna walk back over here.
Okay.
Varus, what are you doing?
And about this time, Varus, you feel the madness start to wear off. And an awareness of what's happened just now hits you.
You're gonna see. Stop.
What was that?
I don't think you're really in control of yourself for a bit.
Are you feeling good now? Are you, Varus? You're not gonna.
I feel like me. Does that just hit these areas?
Yeah, you stabbed me a little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah, no, actually, it hurts pretty bad.
I was gonna say he got you pretty good there.
Yeah, definitely.
Are you good? Do you feel?
I feel like myself. I have
Okay.
my
Cyril cast Cure Wounds on
It makes you
himself.
feel better.
Okay.
Can I make the sword disappear? My sword?
So it's just gone from my hand now.
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes me feel worse.
Okay. I'll drop entangle, so all the vines just kind of.
Collapse, and you see the vines fall onto the ground and begin to rot and kind of turn to dust and rot away. So, once again, you're in this large entry. You're at the opening to this large sort of entry area with these two massive statues. Beyond the statues, you see another large door. It's a big stone door, blocking the only way forward.
I'm guessing we're gonna have to go through this stone door. But if, I don't know, this is any kind of warning, maybe Corzin's magics are beginning to get more effective or something. I don't know, able to reach us. So just be careful.
Yeah, I think that stands for wherever we're at down here. And I don't mean here, I mean hell in general.
Right.
Oh,
Well,
still a good thing to keep in mind.
try to get this thing open then.
Yeah, I can help. I'm pretty tough.
Up to you.
Well, let's go take a look.
All
Are
right.
we down at the bottom right of this map?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, I see us.
Yeah. So feel free to move about the space, but the only really noticeable feature of any kind, aside from the giant statues in the center, is the large doorway at the other it's directly opposite, straight in front of you.
Just looking at the door, does it, is there like a handle? Or
You don't see any kind of handle, but you do see on either side, it looks like there's a panel that you could push on, and maybe the door like rotates in or out, or kind of thing. You don't see any kind of locking mechanism though.
So do we just push it open? Is that?
I mean, it's worth a shot.
Love to
Yeah.
help, but all noodle arms over here.
I've got you here. And Kane is just gonna kind of be like, put her finger, or I guess not her finger, put her hand to her face. It's kind of like be quiet, because she doesn't have a finger. So she'll just be like, look at you guys, and then open the door.
Okay. Yeah, you
Gonna
push.
try to do it stealthily if possible, but
Okay, make a stealth check. 12. Okay. Make a perception check as well. So test your sensitivity to the what's on the other side. 19. Okay, 12 and 19. All right, so you gently push the door open, and as it's a big stone door, but it moves really easily, far more easily than you expected. As you kind of push the door open, you feel it resist just slightly, and you stop. With that perception, you stop. Peeking through the gap that you've just opened, you see a hair-thin wire going across about ankle level. What would you like to do?
Guys, there's a trap of some sort. Does anyone know how to, I don't know, take down a tripwire?
I mean, I've got some things in this sassy little kit that I've had around for a while. The same one that I would use to open the door. I could try that.
Yeah? Well, I'll hold the door open for you if you can manage to fit your hands through
I
there.
have no idea what I'm doing. Just point me at a thing and I'll see what I can do.
All right, and I'm guessing there's only like, I don't know, 5 inches tops
Yeah.
of a crack.
Yeah, it's about 5 inches.
Pretty cool.
So you can try to disarm it if you'd like. But
would
you know
love
nothing
to.
about any kind of trap. So
Oh boy.
this will be at disadvantage even with the sassy thieves' tools.
Sure.
Stand over here.
So then,
Yeah, I think Sarius has the idea.
because that one lets me retry it if I fail, right?
Yeah, it lets you retry.
Retry,
With a
okay.
lock.
With just a lock. Okay.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens. And this is dexterity, right?
Yeah, it'd be dexterity based.
Oh,
Okay.
that should be 9.
9, okay. So, Kanan, you're kind of pushing the door open just gently, as deftly as you possibly can. Vars, you reach forward with the tools, and you manage to slip your fingers in through the gap and get the wire cutters out, and you hold it with pliers on one side and snip it on the other. And you think, pretty good at this. Nothing happened? Feeling all right? We're not dead? Kanan and Varus make a Constitution saving throw. As the front of the door, as soon as the wire is snipped, the front of the door flashes like a deep kind of gray color, and you feel let's see, make sure those rolls updated. With those rolls, yeah, you feel your bodies become heavy for a moment. You feel, especially your hands and your feet, at your fingertips and toes, start to turn to stone. And it starts to creep its way up your body, turning your hands and feet more and more rigid and stiff, and you find yourselves unable to articulate your fingers. And you start to feel this effect push up further and further on your body. Make another Constitution saving throw. You all are seeing this happening, by the way.
Oh no.
Okay, 22. Varus, you focus the newfound power, or I guess old power that you have once again, and you really focus that energy on keeping your body your own. You manage to push away that presence, or slow it at least. But Kanan, it started to spread rapidly. It's all the way up to your elbows at this point, coming up your shins all the way up to your knees. Make one more Constitution saving throw. Okay, 16 for Kanan.
Did I need to make one more?
Oh yeah, you're not done yet.
Oh, okay.
You just slowed it
Okay.
down. 15. Okay, just what you needed. So, as the stone, your legs begin to turn heavier and heavier, you focus, both of you, your energies, and you kind of, Kanan, you really focus on your ki, and you channel it through your body and try to purify yourself the same way you do when there's another presence in your mind. And you manage to push away that stone, and you begin to see it recede down your body. You're going to be stiff for the next 10 or 20 minutes. And Varus, it's about the same thing, a little bit less severe, but you both are going to be a little sluggish. I'll say you have disadvantage on dexterity checks for the next probably 10 or 20 minutes. But the door swings open.
Oh.
Oh my goodness. How about you don't do that and we just try to set it off without getting hurt next time?
I think I did a great job.
That is a perspective you can have.
That is, that is what you think.
I mean, think about it. I've never done that before. Did you see how long it took before something happened? I'm just saying.
But you know what? I'm going to reserve my negative feelings for the big man and not you.
Yeah, I don't want negative emotion here.
What?
Okay.
So,
No.
as the door swings open, you see a short set of stairs going down, and then you hit a landing, and it turns to the right, and there's another set of stairs, a landing, and it turns to the left, and so on. It's just this kind of winding hallway that goes down. But within this hallway, you see a bright burning censer. There's flames, magical fire, just kind of emanating and erupting from it. I'm sure Harriet will be excited to finally be able to see.
Hey.
At the end of this hallway, you venture down. You see a small, narrow door. It's narrow in comparison. It's about the same size as a normal, ordinary door. It's like a regular person-sized door. But compared to the rest of the doors that you've seen in this place, it's comparatively small. The door itself is really nondescript. There's not really anything special about it. You don't see any kind of inscriptions on it or markings. It just looks like a basic stone door. This one has a handle, a small handle on the right-hand side.
Kanan's gonna go up to it and listen in to what might be happening in the other room.
Sure. Make a perception check. 20. Okay, great. Yeah. With that roll. Yeah, so listening outside the door, you have a hard time hearing much of anything. It's really... the room sounds still. Almost as still as the graveyard did. Or not the graveyard, I'm sorry. The dungeon. The actual prison area that you felt. You do hear the gentle, ever-present crackle of torches. But really nothing else aside from that.
Kanan's gonna fall back to the group and be all like, I hear not much actually, just some fire and, yeah, I don't know if anyone's in there. I can open the door if you want, or one of you guys can.
I mean, that's kind of the game, isn't it? We don't really have a choice if we keep going through these doors or not. I think we made that a while ago.
Right.
I can go open the door if you'd like. That way, you could have a bit of a rest, seeing as how the last one went.
Yeah, I'm feeling a little, stiff.
Yeah.
One of these doors should just be a nice bed. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm manifesting it right now.
Maybe they'll have like a nice dinner and some tea. That'd be nice.
Careful what you wish for.
Oh my god.
What?
Never mind, I'm not ever going to sleep again.
Never mind. On second thought, I'm not very hungry after all.
He'll reach. You said it's like a handle?
Yeah, it's a regular turn handle.
Okay. He'll grab it and like do the thing where you turn it but you don't open the door yet, so it's just like unlatched.
Okay.
And he'll like slowly creak it forward.
Okay. You slowly, very deftly turn the handle and push, just anticipating that strike or something, anticipating that something might happen. And you push and push, and the door opens. No problem.
I think that's the first door Zarius has opened that hasn't attacked him in a situation like this.
What you do see in front of you is a vast room, almost as large as the entry hall that you came through, filled with bones of all different types and sizes. There is a small cleared area around your feet at the entrance, and at the end of the room, where you see a small platform raised with an ornate stand of some kind, covered in beautiful carvings and runes, atop which floats a glowing green orb that looks shockingly similar to the Soul Stone, but this one is a little larger than the one you saw previously. Between you and the Soul Stone, the heaps of bone rise up easily 5 to 6 feet, completely obscuring the floor and covering the area around the tall, impish statues that line the walls. What would you like to do?
Okay.
I'd like to measure the distance.
That is.
You could make
a
an
lot of
intelligence check
bones.
if you'd like.
I'm using my intelligence skills. I will do that though.
Unless you brought a tape measure
I
with
mean,
you, you're just
Kanan-
gonna stretch out.
No, Kanan's not curious about it. Abby, the player, is curious about it.
Okay.
Make a real life
but
intelligence
since I
check.
made that intelligence check, can it apply to why the hell is this room covered in bones? And what are these things on the wall here?
Sure. So the statues along the wall look like imps. They're kind of exaggerated, like gargoyles. You know, they're a little bit flourished versions, if you will. The bones across the ground are all these different types. It's not like any kind of uniform, like it all came from one guy or something like that, or like a centipede.
Might
you
have.
know. But they're all different types from different sizes of creatures and different types of creatures. A lot of them are human. A lot. Most of them, you'd guess. But there's a lot of other kinds of creatures too. Some you're familiar with and some you're not.
Well, that's not.
I mean, we can't just turn around.
No. Kaden's gonna take a step into the room to see if anything happens.
Okay. Yeah, you step into the room. There's a cleared area around the base, around the entryway. I'm sorry. So, and the door opened and cleared out a little space. So you all could stand in that entry space without issue. It'd be tight, but you could do it. And as you step in, nothing happens.
Could I? I'm gonna do it. I think. Am I gonna do it? I'm gonna do it. Can I wild shape into like a crow?
Sure. Let's see if I have
And-
a crow creature. Ah!
Where's our local
That's
palace?
the.
Wow.
I heard it. I heard it.
Oh, that's pretty good.
That's
That is pretty.
I don't have just a
What?
crow.
It's doing that?
I can't. What's it? Where's that?
Oh my god!
Here, wait.
Guy's a
right.
cuckoo.
Ah.
We have local palace.
This is amazing.
I can't do it like Taliesin does. The
Where'd you learn this?
Taliesin. From watching Critical Role, I watched how he did it. I was like, oh, yeah, okay.
Doing that now. Yeah.
I can also
Okay.
do.
Well, I don't have stats for any kind of bird apparently, aside from a
I'm-
giant eagle.
I just want to get. I want to fly over without stepping on any of the bones and just get a lay of like. What the fuck?
Sure. Okay. So I do have stats of an eagle, as soon as they load.
That's. Yeah. Okay.
Because you get advantage
That's
on
fine.
perception checks based on sight.
So yeah, I'll into an eagle. I'll wild shape into an eagle.
Okay, got it. So you wild shape into an eagle. Go ahead and just roll a d20 and add, 2 d20s and add 4. Okay, so
24.
So 15 plus, you're rolling at advantage. So 15 plus
Oh.
4, so that's 19.
19.
Yeah. Okay, so 19. In your eagle form, you take flight and kind of make a one long pass around the room. Do you want to land at the end, or do you want to land at this side, back with your friends?
Yeah, I'll probably just. Can I just hover? Not like land, but just hover like here.
You're not a hummingbird.
Well,
So,
I guess, yeah.
You got.
I wish I had Koopa.
You can continue to circle if you want. That's fine.
Yeah, I'll just keep doing small little circles.
Okay.
I don't want to like land when I'm across the room from everybody.
Okay. So just for perspective, this room is fairly short. It's only about 12 feet high, 15 feet, maybe around about there. I mean, it's an arched, room. So you're flying in a relatively close to the bones, but because they're about 6 feet tall, 5 to 6 feet tall in parts. So, but you are in the open space above. With that perception check, you get a good sense of the room. It seems like this is either some kind of waste repository where they just dump the bones or like the bodies or whatever of people who are dead, who died during all kinds of whatever experiments. You're not sure, but or because you also don't notice any of them as rotting. There's not any like pieces of people left over. It's just bones. The other thing at the end, it looks like that is indeed a soulstone. You get a really crisp, clear look at it, and it looks like the soulstone has emerged out of the base of that podium thing at the end. And you get a closer glimpse to it. It looks like magical runes inscribed all around the base of it. But you are doing a few little circles over the top, we'll say.
Okay, writing, sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay. I will head back
Okay.
the 120 feet.
All right.
And just kind of, I'll probably land on Zarius' shoulder.
Well,
Just
real
for
quick,
fun.
before you do,
Right.
we'll put you back. Oops, I didn't mean to rotate Zarius. Put you back up here. As you do, you're starting to make your way back, and you're sailing back. Right, got your good lay of the land, and you see emerge out of the bones. It just erupts out and snaps at you in eagle form.
Ah!
This large bone-like snake creature. Let me make an attack roll here. See if it can chomp you.
I don't have the stats for the eagle.
Yeah, I got him here. Sorry. I had them here. I closed out of them for some reason. Okay, so an eagle has... Anyway, the attack roll hits for sure. It's a 23.
Okay.
So eagle will take 12 points of piercing and 14 points of poison. It has 3 hit points.
Yeah.
So, 4...
Yeah.
Does the damage transfer over to wild shape, or does it just stop? I can't ever remember.
Let me. It doesn't. If it rolls over.
Okay, so
Goldfish.
total that's 20. Oh yeah, that's 26 points of damage total. The eagle took 3, so it's 23 points of damage to Anira.
Okay.
And you are pulled under by this large snake-like creature under the bones. So you are considered restrained and blind. And we're gonna roll initiative.
Did they all see that?
Oh yeah, they saw it for sure.
Giant.
Okay.
That was an Ira,
Come,
right?
come get
An
your
Ira was the
juice.
bird.
Come get your juice.
I think that was
Oh,
an Ira.
get your
She does
Oh,
that thing.
Kanan.
Oh no, my character sheet doesn't want to load. I'm so in shock.
Kanan's not ready.
I
She's
rolled a nat
sluggish.
one.
It's because you're.
Oh wait, I didn't even do it at
Sluggish.
disadvantage. I don't think I need to.
That's why.
Oh yeah, disadvantage, right? So let's
Just tell me what it is you rolled.
Okay, that was fine. So
Okay.
the first one is correct.
Everybody on there
I
that needs to
rolled
be
the
on there?
lowest I could, so we're good.
Okay. I will reorganize this, and we're going to go into our battle screens. Because first up is me! I go first.
Yeah, buddy.
Okay, let me move this one up a little bit. Ooh, it's so scary not being able to see everything.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it?
Don't say that to
Okay.
my face.
So the snake bone creature is going to once more chomp onto Inira. So it has advantage because you're restrained. It's going to make... Oh, yeah, it's a 24.
Yeah.
So that is 15 points of piercing and 10 points of poison. Is there anything you'd like to do as a response or a reaction?
Can I reaction absorb elements?
Yeah.
I think, because is that acid, cold, fire, lightning, or nope, never mind.
Oh, so sad. Okay.
So yeah, I'm just screaming.
All right. Okay, and that's all that's going to happen this turn as far as you're all concerned. And Ira, you're up next.
Yeah. I'm restrained. I can't do anything with my hands.
You are. You can make an attack roll. You would just be at disadvantage. And I've got to fix Inira's camera somehow. So give me a moment here. There we go.
Well, I'm just gonna do a healing word on myself.
Okay.
First level. Just.
Okay, healing word. You gain those 6 hit points back.
And that's yeah.
But you can use your action to break the restrain if you want to. Just be a contested strength check.
because healing. Oh yeah, because healing word is bonus
action. Yeah.
Yeah, can I do that?
Yeah, absolutely. Ooh.
My strength is 0. But
Well, you pretty much can't roll lower than it. 17 for sure breaks. So you fight and struggle with this creature, and you feel a really strong magical essence from it. But it's not really anything that you're familiar with intuitively. But you manage to focus your energy, calm yourself for a moment, and you push away the restraining grasp of this creature. It's kind of wrapped around you. You wedge your quarterstaff in there and break it apart a little bit. But you are no longer restrained. You're still considered blind and essentially underwater is effectively how we're doing it. You're just under the bones.
Okay. How much movement would it take to get out from under the bones?
You don't know which direction you're supposed to go because it pulled you down and you transitioned from Eagle to Inira. So it could be any direction. You can roll a d4 and figure out which direction you go.
You gotta spit and see which way the spit falls, and then go the opposite.
Okay, a 1. All right, so you start to dig, and you're trying to just get away from this thing, and you dig, and you end up slamming your head into this closest imp statue here on the map.
Because why wouldn't I?
Yeah.
She has so much head trauma from Hell Alone, 3 times now.
But you are now no longer aware of where this creature is.
Okay.
So that's horrifying.
But am I still underwater and blind, or?
You've hit the thing, and I'd say you could easily make it up with the rest of your movement. Yeah, you could get to the surface, feeling the edge of the statue and pulling yourself to the top.
Okay.
So the rest of you see Inira emerge out of these bones just kind of bursting out, and she's clutching to the edge of the pillar there. Is there anything else you'd like to do with your turn?
That's my turn.
Okay, next up is Xarius, who I also have to fix his camera. But go ahead.
Sorry.
Really hate snakes. Okay. Sirius will... You're never gonna guess what he's gonna cast. Never gonna guess.
Spirit Guardians.
Yeah! You guessed. I gotta put my... I wasn't ready with my sphere this time. Disappointing.
Wow, how could you?
I know, right? Save. There we go. And he's gonna walk inside because he doesn't know where the snake thing is, so he's hoping this helps a little bit.
Okay. You start to trudge inward across the bone.
I'm assuming it's probably half movement, right?
It'd be about half movement, yeah.
Yeah, so 5. It was 10, 20, 30.
Okay. All right, so it's a wisdom save DC 17, right?
Oh, gross. Oh, yeah, snake.
Okay.
I thought you were going to say I was making it because of the bones.
No. Ooh. Okay, so nicely done. You hear a sort of clattering, just sort of chitter, and a reeling reaction as the bones kind of like one of those cartoons where the moles dig under and it has the lump of dirt. as they go. It's like that, but with this thing, and it moves out of the way, but it definitely takes the full 12 points of damage as it does so. Nicely done. Anything else you'd like to do? You got your bonus action still.
No, I think he's just gonna be like trying to push as many bones out of the way so he's not touching, walking on top of
great.
it. But
Yeah.
he'll have his sword out too, like sort of.
Okay, cool. All right, next up is Varus.
It's me.
What would you like to do?
Okay, so I will summon the sword because that's how I do things, and I'll just
Okay.
push past Kanan. Did you say difficult terrain in this?
It is, yeah. If you want to make a dexterity check, I should have told Darius this too. If you want to make a dexterity check to see if you can move your way across, because none of you are wearing heavy armor, so if you're deft enough, you could run across the top of them. So sorry, George.
That's fine.
I will attempt the dex check then, and we'll see how we
So
do.
still be yeah.
No.
You start to, and you're really having a hard time pushing through the bones. Like they're heavy to you, but you get half movement.
That's as far as I can go. Okay, and I am going to. I'm gonna stop and just concentrate, and I'll take the dodge action.
Okay.
And that'll be my turn.
Sounds great. Varus takes a moment to concentrate. Like he's seen Kanan do, take that defensive stance. He's just ready with the sword at the ready. All right, next up is Harriet. What would you like to do?
Let's see. She's gonna move forward, kind of right next to Kanan. Here, I guess.
All right.
Can. Let me through. Okay. And to clarify, is this creature not visible at the moment?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, then she's gonna, and we're able to move over these.
Correct.
Okay, so move a little bit that way.
All right.
And unless it comes up and eats her right away, she's gonna hold an attack with the heavy crossbow at the bone snake for if it were to emerge
Okay,
in
perfect.
her hitting range.
All right, yeah, so you've got the crossbow up, loaded, ready to go.
She's kind of like, pacing, waiting, not like, rotating, pivoting around is the word. There you go.
Yeah,
Pivoting, waiting for it to show up.
Awesome, okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, next up is Kanan. Kanan, what would you like to do?
Anan has no idea where this thing is. So she's gonna kind of follow everyone's lead. Oh, I'm still on the ruler. And let's see. It's gonna try to run to this imp statue here.
Okay, yeah. If you'd like to try to run across the top, go ahead and make a dexterity check, but you're still at disadvantage.
Yeah. We're gonna go at disadvantage. Would that be like acrobatics at disadvantage or just straight dexterity?
Just straight dexterity.
Okay.
You get pretty far. I'd say you get 10 feet extra above your half movement speed. So normally
Yes!
you're 25, so that's 35.
Okay, so she makes it to there.
As you cross over,
Oh no.
No!
one of these creatures, just out of reach, one that moved
One
away
of these?
from. Oh,
One
did I
of
say that out
these?
loud? Oh, sorry.
You did!
Chomps snapping at Kanan's feet. Unfortunately, for me, it misses. And you feel it close, the teeth slam shut right at your heels. But you manage to leap up onto the platform there. You have your action. What would you like to do? It's still visible.
Can I reach it? Or
Yeah, it's
is it
right next to you. Yeah.
It's right next to me.
Yeah.
So since I still have my action, I have to hit it with my quarterstaff.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just pull my quarterstaff off of the top of my bag and just in the same motion pop on top of the head.
Okay.
and then hit it on the side of the head.
Okay, yeah, great. Sounds good. Go ahead and make your attack rolls. 10. 10. Ouch. 12. Okay. Little frazzled, little out of practice with the quarterstaff maybe. Kenan, you pull out the staff and swing down, and you manage to miss the creature and scatter a bunch of bones across the side of its face. You swing around again with the other side, and you try to swing over, and it dives down back underneath the bone, disappearing from sight once more. Unless you wanted to do your bonus action to hit it.
I have a bonus action.
Yeah.
I think that I'd like to do.
Okay.
Yes, I'm gonna look over at. Can I see Anira?
Yeah, she's just popped up it's clinging onto the platform, just like the top part of her shoulders and head.
I didn't think I would make it to the platform, so I have to see how far she is from me. Perfect, she's 60 feet away from me. I'm gonna be like, Anira, don't get eaten or anything. And I'm gonna give her bardic inspiration.
Okay. Also, yes, I did see Haley. I'm sorry, I didn't see earlier. You do get to release your crossbow.
Okay.
Pew,
I
pew.
wasn't sure. I couldn't figure out if this was a new thing or if this was the
No,
same
you're right.
that I'd proclaimed, called already.
Yeah, this is, yeah.
Okay, then I guess I'll fire
Okay.
a little bolt.
Okay, 12. You release the bolt, and it soars through, and it just passes straight through where the creature's ribs would be. Unfortunately, not striking. Once again, the creature snarls, and then now, at this point, after everyone's done their bonus actions and held actions that I forget about, the creature vanishes. Making it the creature's turn.
Sky, Anira gets a d6.
Yes, that's true. Naira gets a d6 for inspiration. Okay. Next, you all hear the bones begin to shift around the room, as if there's several of these creatures rustling throughout the bones, and one of them rushes forward, and it's going to make a wisdom saving throw. Go ahead and roll that damage. Zarius. 14 points, okay. And it's gonna make a big old chomp at Varus.
It has disadvantage
It
because I
does have
dodged.
disadvantage, which makes this attack a 7.
Nice. And when it misses, I'll use my reaction to riposte like the badass that Varus is.
All right, great.
Yeah!
Sounds good.
Varus Halimian!
That's me. Okay. Go. Kabow!
17 hits, yeah, nice. You get a solid chunk of damage there. Looks like 17, nice.
17.
Yeah.
And the creature, as you smack at the creature, recedes a little bit and then dives down underneath the bones once more.
Not today.
Not today.
Any other day, but especially not today.
Today is not that day.
But also, one of these creatures. Sorry, I have to remember how Roll20 works. Charges in and fights off some of the spirit guardians that Zarius has put up, and is going to make a chomp attack. That's a 19 to hit Zarius.
That'll hit.
Okay, you take 10 points of piercing and 3 points of poison damage, as the bite just sinks into you, and you feel the poison effect seep into your blood.
Like Sonic's scoop.
And then it's going to descend back down. Unfortunately, it doesn't have enough movement left to get out of it, so it'll...
Guardians are gone.
Oh, are they? Yes. Okay, great. That's great.
They're coming back up, Matt. They're coming back up.
Okay.
Don't you get too excited.
The last one is going to try to pull an Ira back in. So it's going to forego its attack roll in an effort to draw an Ira back in. So an Ira, go ahead and make a contested... you get to choose athletics or acrobatics. Okay. And Ira, as you try to hold on to the base of the imp statue, let's make sure that updates. As you go to pull back, hold on to the imp statue, the creature reaches up and slithers around you once more and squeezes and pulls you down underneath the bone. And Ira, you are considered grappled at this point. And underneath
I forgot I had inspiration.
Yeah. Too
But it's
late. You were considered underneath the bone at this point. All right, and that's it. Speaking of, next up is Anira.
Okay, can I try and break free using inspiration?
You can, yeah. Go ahead and make your it's a contested strength check, so you have to do strength since you're the one trying to break it.
Yeah. Ooh, I don't know if adding a d6 will help.
You can try it.
I'm doing it.
Okay.
No.
You can bring it up to a 5. The creature rolled a 21, so.
Yeah.
You struggle and and the creature, you can sense it feels a lot more confident that it's got you now, and it just squeezes a little tighter. Is there anything else you want to do? That was your action.
Yeah. Can I bonus word, healing word myself again? Just fuck.
That's your healing word. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
All right. You get those 6 points of healing.
Words of Anira.
You get those 6 points of healing. Go ahead and mark that down. Is there anything else you'd like to do with your turn?
That's
aside
my
from
turn.
Be stuck.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm fighting a bone devil. Well, not a bone devil. These are different.
There might be one in there.
A
you don't
bone
know.
snake.
All right, Zarius, you are up next.
You're never gonna guess.
What would you like to do? Okay. You cast the spell. Go ahead and roll your damage.
I have to do it at 4th level, unfortunately.
Okay. All right. So
So-
sad.
20-30 if they're there,
Yeah.
and he's gonna wade a little further into the bones too.
Go ahead. Okay, so do your movement, and then we'll see.
All right, can you make a dex check to see if he can
You
wade
can, yeah,
slightly
you can.
further
Yep.
into the bones?
And I'll give you advantage since I forgot last time. 18. Okay, that's easy. Yeah. You managed to push yourself up out of the bones and begin to walk forward on the top of it, being careful to step on the big heavy ones that you think aren't going to slip away. So you got full movement.
All right, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Are these little pedestals with the M things you can like get up on?
Yeah, you can climb up on top of that, yeah.
Yeah, he can go dare them.
Okay. You climb up next to Kanan, and you hear just a sort of chittering screech as and a bunch of bones rattle as you pass through that area, presumably doing some damage there as you go. Let me go ahead and mark that down for them. Because 23 points of damage is nothing to sneeze at, if you were going to sneeze at any kind of damage.
Achoo. They're actually immune to radiant. They're like, nah, we're not taking damage. Ooh,
A
ouch.
little nice tan moment.
Yeah.
Anything else you'd like to do, Zarius?
He's just gonna sort of like hang on there and like lean down over the bones with his sword, just
Okay.
like waiting. He doesn't have anything else he can do.
Okay, all right, sounds great. Okay, next up is Varus. Varus, what would you like to do?
Probably something pretty similar to what I did last turn. Can I just start with the dex check
Yeah,
to try and move faster at disadvantage?
16. You managed to get up, so I'd say you get all of your movement, yeah.
Okay, sweet. So I will. And the other question I had, like, can I guess how many there are? Like, how many different entities have we seen at the same time? You know, since all of this is happening.
Make, let's see, what would that be? Just make a either a general intelligence check or a general wisdom check, your choice.
Wisdom.
20, okay. Just your battlefield awareness, you get the sense you've seen 3 separate creatures so far.
Okay.
One with an Ira, and you've been hit on 2 sides. You've seen Zarius hit on one side and you hit on the other. Unless the snake has 2 heads, it's 2 different ones.
Yeah. Okay. And I'm just gonna move forward my 45 feet. However far I get, if anything happens.
Okay. Yeah, nothing happens as you trudge forward. You
Okay.
rush towards the direction where an Ira was pulled under, and towards the soul stone at the end. Is there anything else you'd like to do?
I'm gonna hold my action to cast I'm gonna hold my action to cast Eldritch Blast at
Okay.
this snake that's kind of up by where Anira is when
Okay.
it appears.
Sounds great. All
That'll
right.
be my turn.
Cool. Next up is Harriet. Let me transition there. Boom. Harriet, what would you like to do?
She's gonna try and move forward. So, remind me how this works. Do I need to make a dex?
Yeah, just make a dexterity check.
Okay. Let's see.
I figure I'll just throw a bunch of new mechanics in. Right? I'll do it off the fly.
And this is a check, not a saving throw.
This is just a check, yeah.
Check yourself before you wreck
18,
yourself.
great.
Okay.
Harriet, you get pretty good footing, and you decide that you can make off across the top of this, and you're doing pretty well so far. So.
And let's see. She's gonna actually take a dash action and try to move 60
Great.
feet.
Yeah, sounds good. Wherever you want to move.
Kind of just till let's see, about there, as far as she can get till something happens. There.
All right. Is that everything you'd like to do this turn?
Yep, that's about it.
All right.
She's
Harriet.
just surfing across the bones, kind of expecting to fall every time.
Yeah.
Like she still has her crossbow out, and she's like
Great.
skating across these bones.
That's great. Okay. Yeah, you rush across there, and you get pretty good footing at the end of your turn. So far, for now. All right. Next up is Kanan. I see you measuring things that no one else can see. What would you like to do?
Oh wait, you can see that?
I can see all of them.
Oh my goodness. I was gonna spend a key point for Step of the Wind
Okay.
so that my jump distance is doubled.
Okay. Got it.
Yes. So I can effectively jump that from like this distance here.
Okay.
Boom, boom, that distance. So, but my question is, do I have to run around these? These statues, or can I go behind them?
They go back. Their wings go back to the wall, but you could duck underneath the wings and go through. I mean, you're nimble enough.
Okay.
You could easily make that happen.
Okay. So to fit that better with taste and stuff, Kanan's gonna do feline agility.
Okay.
So she's going to get down on like her haunches and get down much like a cat would, wiggle her butt in the air like cats do for like balance and everything, and then launch into it and leap from podium to podium, or
yeah, platform to platform.
pedestal.
Okay.
Yeah, so I originally just measured out for her original movement, so I'm just gonna
Yeah. Well, if you're
go
doing
there.
feline agility, you could do that, no problem.
Okay. Yeah, so it's all of the feet count as the same distance
Okay.
when you jump.
Yeah.
So she's gonna jump across all of those, and then if I can, and then try to get there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So just make two acrobatics checks. You can make the
Is
distance.
that disadvantage?
I would say that I was going to give you advantage for it since you're using feline agility, so I would just say it cancels out. So just one straight roll of acrobatics. Nat 20. Yeah. Kanan's in the zone, and you all see her dip underneath
Oh, that's 2 nat 20s. Sorry, you said to make 2. I'm sorry.
I did. No, you're good. You're
I was
good.
so excited. Okay.
So you all see Kanan just in the zone, slip underneath the wings right behind you, Zara, slip underneath the wings of the statues, leap over the torch sconces, and roll underneath the wings and jump again, underneath and jump. And she gets to the end underneath this last platform here, and that other nat 20 was to see you getting to the, that other roll was to see you getting to the free area there. So you can put yourself wherever you'd like across that platform.
Heck yeah.
You land and roll, managing to dodge all the rest of the bones that kind of peter out there. And you're standing in front of this tall podium-like thing, and it has a bunch of runes all over it. You see kind of glowing dimly, and you recognize not specifically what they say, but that they are magical runes.
So picking this up is gonna be a really stupid decision.
Maybe. It looks like a soul stone.
So Caden's gonna pick it up and be like, guys, I think we should run.
Okay.
So she just picks up the soul stone.
Okay. You pick up the soul stone, and the ones that you had seen before was like the size of a small cantaloupe. This one is about the size of a basketball. It's about that bigness. But you pick it up, and it's light. You know, it feels like a piece of fruit, and it has like a skin on it and everything. It just sort of dully undulates. As you lift it up, your eye peeks down below, and you see that you need to make a perception check. Okay, 18, good. You pick up, and as you're turning away and yelling that, you see it looks like there's another one that's being formed down there. And you see just reflections across the top of it of your friends. And it seems that as your friends are hit by these creatures, that piece of them is stored into this form. So there you go. But you have the soul stone in your arm, right? You could tuck it under like a football, no problem. Is there anything else you'd like to do? That was your action, I'd say, to grab that up and turn and be ready to go, but you got a bonus action if you'd like.
Oh, I think I spent my bonus action.
Okay, all right. Next up is...
But as Step of the Wind,
Yeah,
I can dash as well.
you can.
So that was 90 feet. I'm gonna move 95, 100, 105, 110. So that's end of feline agility.
Okay.
Do I need to make another dexterity?
I'd say, yeah, do one more acrobatic, or yeah, one more dexterity check. Since you're running across the bones. This would be a disadvantage.
At disadvantage?
Yep.
Just pick a spot on the map and go.
12. You start to run, and you're feeling in the zone from your whole beautiful display of athletic prowess before, and you start to rush into these bones, and your feet just sink down, and you're dragging down. Your movement's halved.
Okay, so now Okay, I'm gonna get onto this statue next to Anira.
Okay, yeah, you rush up there, pushing through the rest of your movement, and you charge through, and you do hear just a slight ouch from Anira as you rush through the bones.
Sorry, Anira! You should come up here!
That's when you hear Anira's healing word.
Fuck! Do you not see I'm trying?
All right, I think, Kanan, you've about done everything possible
That's
for a
it,
person
yeah.
to do in a turn.
Yeah,
Okay, next up is
that's it.
these things. Okay, give me 1 second here. All right, so first things first, this creature is going to squeeze Anira. So that's a 23 on Anira to hit, and that's 13 points of piercing and 13 points of poison damage. So 26 points of damage total to Anira. But you're not restrained, so you could still attack and whatnot. Next, this one needs to make a wisdom save, because George. And what was the damage for that again? 23?
Yeah, it was 23. I can roll it again if you like.
Nah, you're
Might
good.
be lower.
You're good.
Lower. Also might be higher.
Hey, don't let Matt know.
All right, so this one is going to try to chomp you, George. Sorry, Zarius.
No, you're good.
It's a 17 to hit.
I think that is my easy.
Okay, so you take another 13 points of piercing damage and 13 points of poison damage, so 26 points total.
Oh,
These guys are rolling great. And he is not descending back down into the depths.
the DC on this is 13.
Ooh, nice.
I matched it.
You're good. You keep it. Meets beats.
Nice.
And that one stays visible. Okay.
I'm in danger.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see here. Sorry, my page just closed. I gotta reopen it real quick. Give me 1 second.
Playing always gets me. It's so ominous.
Okay. Yeah, that's what we'll do. This one emerges from the bones and looks at you, Harriet, and you see it kind of pop up, its head and body kind of protruding, making it stick up, poised like a snake to strike. And you see the dull, empty, lifeless eyes begin to spin, and its color begins to form, this purplish-orange color begins to form these swirling spirals in its eyes. How many hit points do you have?
Actually, I need to check how much damage I've taken. I am at 42.
Harriet, you make eye contact with this creature just for a moment, and you feel yourself heavy with sleep. Oh, I never transitioned. Whoops. So this is me now. Oh, sorry. You feel your eyes heavy with sleep, and you can't fight it, and you collapse and begin to sink down into the bones, unconscious.
Okay.
You sleeping.
That's probably bad.
Are my hit points
The same.
right now the same? Okay.
Yeah. Okay. And that's it. Next up is Enira. Enira, what would you like to do?
Can I try and dominate beast for the worm?
Let me see if it's a beast. You can try it. Is that what you'd like to do?
Yep.
Okay. So you focus your energy and you speak the command word to dominate this beast, and it has no effect. This
Okay.
creature is not a beast.
And I'm gonna healing word myself again.
Okay,
First
well,
level.
I'm up.
you already cast a spell.
That's a spell.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Well, I guess this is it. Bye, guys. That's all I can. Can I? Because I can't move or anything. So that's it. Bye.
You stuck. All right.
That's bye. Okay.
Next up is Zarius. What would you like to do?
Cry.
Free action.
Yeah. I think it's a free action, yeah. He will sort of, so the snake thing, bone fish skeleton, is still up in front of him.
Yep, it is. Yeah.
Gotcha. Did not descend. He's gonna, how to train your dragon style, reach out and then cast inflict wounds on its snout.
Okay. All right, go ahead and make your attack roll.
Yeah, and I will add 10 to this if I think I need to. Wait, actually, I didn't check if I have any of those left. But yeah, that'll hit.
Yeah,
Okay.
that for sure. It's
Yeah, I have 2. It looks like someone used 1. So
super
that-
overkill.
that is damage.
Yeah, you reach out and you put your palm flat on the creature's head, and this blast of necrotic energy emanates out from your palm and just spreads over the creature's body, turning it to dust.
Hey, that's pretty good.
30 points, 10 times the amount of hit points it had left.
And then Zarius. Oh shoot. Oh my god, he's about to fall on his face, but he's gonna try. Actually, it's a strength thing, is what you guys were saying for the jump distance.
Yeah.
Okay. He's just gonna walk then. Or try to walk across the bones. So
Okay.
I'll have him make a dex check.
Sure.
Dexterity.
12. Yeah, you're gonna be half movement.
Yeah. Okay. If I move here, is that half movement?
No, just on
Is
the
that
edges of the platform.
5. Okay. So we'll go 5, 10, 15. He's trying to get to Harriet, so I think, but that's all his movement.
Okay, yeah, you can climb back up on the other platform with that. Yeah.
Yeah. So his action, movement. If this dude were closer, he could stab him, but he's not closer, so he'll stand here. He'll like start to like hold his sword out to Harriet for like her to grab onto and be like, no, that's a bad idea.
All right. Anything else for Zarius?
No.
Okay, next up is Varus.
Of course, his Eldritch Blast fizzles because
Oh,
the
that's
thing
true.
didn't appear, which was unfortunate, but that's how it be. He's just gonna trudge over to this one. This one's still like up, right?
Yeah, it's still up, coiled, and it's like doing this sort of back and forth thing that snakes do, with the color in its eyes still swirling, and it's looking down to where Harriet has descended below the bones.
Okay. Interesting. I am going to take a step forward,
Okay.
and I'm just kind of trudging through.
Yeah,
Not trying to
sounds good.
be speedy, but I will take 2 swings, and if at least one of them hits, I'm gonna do, what is it called? Distracting strike? No, goading attack. That's the one I want to do. So we'll use it. Well, we'll see if at least one of them hits. That
12
that
does not hit.
Okay, so then the second one, the
13
hit?
does not hit.
Wow, I suck, guys.
It's been a rough roll for you all tonight.
Yeah. You. I want to do something this turn, but I don't want to use my shit. I'm gonna use my action surge. Fuck it, and we'll try 2 more.
Okay.
That'll do, donkey.
That's more than enough to put it down.
Okay.
As you
So-
pierce through the front armored plate of its forehead, it just splits the skull in half, and the rest of the bones just clatter apart.
That'll do. And then 10, 20, 30, 40. And then I'll just take my second attack at the ground.
Okay. You stab down into the ground. Make an attack roll. 19 hits.
It's what? The ground?
11 points of damage. Nice. Okay. Good to know. They're long snake
That's
thingies.
horrifying.
They got tails and stuff.
That's it for me, Chief.
Okay, next up is Harriet, who is asleep.
I'd be napping.
You could wake up if you make a... Ooh, what would that be? Make a charisma check. I don't
Hey,
do
Queen,
enough of
come on.
those.
I might have a chance. A check or a save.
Let's do saving throw. Yeah. Ooh.
Oh my god.
Harriet is out.
She said, I'm going to sleep. Good night.
I'm done. I'm out.
This is it. I'm
Yeah.
getting my beauty sleep under these bones.
So sleepy. Okay. Unfortunately,
Yeah,
Harriet,
I
that
will be
is your
right
turn. Okay. Next up is Kanan.
I stepped on my dear old friend Anira.
You did.
So I'm gonna set the soul stone down behind this imp
Okay.
thing. And I'm gonna come over here and try to reach for her
Okay.
in this area. I see her here, but I know Kanan doesn't see her.
She may not be there. I just left the token alone.
Ah! I heard her in this area when I stepped up.
Yeah. Okay, so just make
Yeah.
just roll a d20.
Okay. Steady. 20.
15. Okay. You plunge your hand down into the bones, and you feel just a bunch of pokes and pricks from like the splinters of the bones on your arm. It's deflected a little bit by your fur and the wraps that you have, but you rummage around, and I'd say using your action at the end, you manage to grab on, you feel firmly something that is squishy and not bone, and you grab onto an Irish shoulder, but she does not move when you tug. She's not unconscious, but she's stuck somehow. So you got a bonus action, and your movement still.
Can I try to pull her up? Can I, like, I don't know, like, anchor my feet behind this imp? Like, under its feet or something?
Yeah.
Or, like, my legs under its knees, like that? Or its wings or something?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
So I'd say you can take the help action if Anira chooses then to, feeling you pull on her, chooses then to use her action to try to break the grapple. I'd say between the two of you doing that, you could do that. Otherwise, you'd just be pulling against the advantage strength check of this creature, because he's already got Anira restrained underneath the bones.
Yeah.
So you want to take the help action? Effectively?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Wait,
sounds
but
great.
you said that I already spent my action looking for her.
I'd say it's combined with the rest of your turn, unless you're planning on doing stuff with your bonus action. Okay.
No.
So I'd say just using the rest of your turn to do that would be okay.
Okay.
Rather than break it up rigidly into all of that, you know. All right. So next up is the creature. Okay. So let's see here. Yeah, it's just gonna try to pull away. Well, actually, it's gonna try to chomp. That's what it would do. Try to chomp. Unfortunately, the whole night has been rolling great, and now is rolling terribly. So, I don't think, does it 13 hit, 14 hit? Sorry, 14.
Me?
Who?
At advantage. Yeah, it's at advantage. 14 to hit Anira.
No, it does not.
Okay. In spite of this creature being wrapped around you and having advantage on the strike, bites and just chomps into bone that's nearby and rattles it around like a dog, and is unable to strike you this time.
Finally.
So, yeah, now it is Anira's turn.
I'm getting the fuck out of there.
Okay. You've got advantage on the
Yes.
strength check, thanks to Kanan's help.
Check or saving?
It's athletics check. Or, yeah, athletics for you.
You still have bardic inspiration as well, I
I
think.
used it.
Yeah.
Ah, shucks.
11.
Oh no!
Hold the phone, because the creature rolled a 10.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah. So, like I said, I was rolling great at the beginning, and now I'm like garbage. So
You used all your good rolls.
I did. So
You took
between
our good rolls.
that's right. So Kanan, with pulling on an Irish shoulders, Inara, you managed to free yourself, wedging your quarterstaff between you and the creature, prying it off of you, and Kanan's help managed to extricate you onto the platform here. The bone creature is nowhere to be seen. That was your action. Do you have anything you'd like to do as a bonus action?
Nah, I'm just gonna sit with Kanan on this platform and make sure nothing is like dangling off. I'm like fully on the platform.
Okay. Sounds great. All right, next up is Zarius. What would you like to do?
Zarius knows that, well, thanks, that Harriet's somewhere in this general vicinity.
Correct, yeah.
So he's gonna go 5, and then just sort of like step down into the bones and kind of like shimmy around a little bit, trying to
right.
like sink into it almost.
Yeah, you feel under your feet a very Harriet-like shape.
Yeah. Okay. He's gonna try and like pull her up to the surface.
Okay. Just make a.
He's not very strong, so this is might
Make
take
a-
a
I
couple
am a
turns.
6'7" dragon woman. Good luck.
Yeah, make an athletics check.
Come on, King.
I don't know why he has a positive athletic. Oh, because proficiency.
What?
20.
That's not awful.
That's great. Yeah.
For -1 strength, that's not bad.
Yeah.
That I'm impressed.
Zarius, you reach down, plunging your arms into the bones after you've kind of shimmy downwards, and you find Harriet's underneath her armpits, underneath her shoulders, and you manage to heave her body up, out, still asleep, still fast out. But you've got Harriet held up like this and just leaning against you, and you're struggling to stand up against her weight and the bones.
And he's gonna like attempt to like put her not like put her up on the pedestal, but like kind of like rest the top portion of her body so she's not like drowning in bones.
Okay, yeah, easy enough to do. Yeah, easy enough to do. So we'll move Harriet over here 1 square.
That's the goal anyway. He doesn't know if she can breathe under there or not, so he's just.
Yeah. Anything you'd like to do as a bonus action?
No, I don't. Does he have any movement left, or that probably been most of it?
That was just your action. I'd say you got another 10 or so feet.
Okay. He knows the last thing is is somewhere up here, so he'll just go 10 feet. So 5 feet. There we
Okay.
go.
So wisdom save, and what's the damage?
That's a lot of damage. What's the damage? Sorry. For submit. 16.
16. Okay. You feel the bones kind of rustle and react as you move around. Your spirit guardians weaving in and out of this big pile of bones, and then everything goes really still. And that's the end of your turn. Next up is Varus. What would you like to do?
It's me. I'm gonna just call out really quick. Are we leaving or are we fighting?
Leave!
Okay. Then I'm gonna probably make my dex check to see how well I can move, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Disadvantage.
9. Yeah, you're gonna be a half movement, struggling to get through these bones.
Okay. Then I will take the dash action, and because I'm mobile, difficult terrain doesn't cost me extra movement
All
when I
right.
dash.
Yeah, you rush over. There's a door right there.
Over to the door.
I forgot to
and
narrate.
I'm just like shoulder charging it. I'm running into it because I'm dashing.
Don't
Okay.
knock me off the platform,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, I would say if you would like to, you can push open the door with that charge if you want. It's up to
Oh
you.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me remove the door there.
I'm not being careful. I'm just.
I'd say you can burst into this hallway. No
Okay.
traps or anything. Nothing eats you alive.
Yeah. And this is a descending staircase?
Yeah, it's a descending staircase.
Okay. I'll just kind of stand here by the door and hold it open for everyone, I guess.
Okay.
Just wave everyone in. Come on, let's go. That's it.
All right. Next up is Harriet, who had a really strange dream about falling and swimming and then being pulled out and rescued by Zarius of all people. But you do
All
wake.
people?
You do wake at this time, and you find yourself resting against this platform, seeing Zarius very heavily breathing next to you as if exerting a lot of effort. What would you like to do?
So I see Darius dry heaving, and then Varus is just charged by me,
Yeah.
opening a door.
Yeah.
And I'm like, kind of look at Varus holding the door open, and look at Darius, and I guess I'll just get up and kind of like look back. But then just book it to the door that Varus is holding.
Okay.
There you
She
go.
doesn't know how long she's been out or what's happened or what's going on. Varus is holding the door open. She'll go.
Perfect. All right. Yeah, no need to make a check or anything. You can easily make it. It's on a down slope on the way to the door, so you can move yourself out at your leisure. Is there anything else you'd like to do with your turn?
She just I guess she fell asleep holding her crossbow, so she probably still has that.
Yeah, kind of a death
So
grip,
she'll-
you know?
Yeah, so she's like holding it. She's like looking from Varus to the entrance where everyone else is, and just really disoriented. Like, are we going?
That's what Kanan was saying. So yeah.
All right. And she'll just kind of be holding her. Really, like, we don't have time to think about process this right now. Like,
We'll claim that baggage later.
yeah, that is baggage to be claimed at another date.
Package claim
Perfect.
is not ready. Please
All right,
wait another 5 minutes.
If you're all set,
Wait.
next up is Kanan. What would you like to do?
Kanan is going to walk back over and grab that soul stone
Okay.
again, and then be like, "We need to get out of here now." Looking at Anira, and let me just double check this again. Okay, and she's going to spend another key point for Step of the Wind.
Okay.
Yeah, so she's gonna tuck it in her arm, you know, kind of football-esque, and then, well, she's gonna hold it with the hand that's missing a finger, and
Okay.
then run with the hand that isn't.
Okay.
Swim.
Yes. So she's going to try to jump over. Let's see. She's gonna go ahead and take the dash action.
Okay.
So
Are you
oh
going
wait,
all
the
the way
door's
back?
here.
Yeah, I
The
was
door's here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, so I don't need to take the dash action, but I may as well, cause a Step of the Wind. So
Up to you, yeah.
yeah, she's just gonna go ahead and jump that.
Okay. All right. Kanan leaps over onto the platform, and you can duck out easily into the hallway, no problem.
Bloop.
Okay.
Okay.
Next up is the creatures. Oh, you thought they were done, huh? I'm just kidding. They're
I
done.
really didn't.
Next up is Anira.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't think they were done.
I genuinely did not.
I was
I
ready to have
was
to fight again.
hoping.
No,
I'm gonna
Zarius
take the
Spirit
dash
Guardian's
action.
Got it. Dash action. Okay.
I'm gonna dash action and just ah. Okay.
Okay. Easy peasy. And Zarius, are you following suit?
No, he's just gonna. No, I'm kidding. Yeah.
Go wait around for a while.
Just hanging out.
He's gonna make sure. He's gonna pace. He's gonna do like the sweep thing to make sure everything's dead in there.
Darius, we
Walk
haven't
all
gone
back and
fishing in a
forth.
long time. Would you like to go fishing here?
Go fishing.
What? I fell asleep for like, I don't even know how long, and now y'all are fishing?
But you
He's a
guys
joke.
are okay? You guys feel all right?
Yeah.
All right.
I would love to take a sit
Yeah.
at some point.
I feel tired, but
Yeah. Sorry, I just when I grabbed this soul stone, I saw another one like being made, and you guys were like in it, or at least parts of you were in it, and I don't know, I got the feeling that those creatures were here to make soul stones.
Maybe we should take
all of that
the
went
one-
over my head.
Should we go take the one that has us in it? I mean, could that be important? I don't know. Is it like fully formed, or is it just like a little pool? What?
It looked like a. I'm gonna use a southern term my family uses. It looked like a turtleneck and berry.
What? A what? Like
A turtleneck and berry, like you know,
Yeah.
like when
Like
things
a-
get kind of stuck in there, and it's
like
just kind
a
of like
turtle?
no.
Should
Sorry,
I?
I am kind of out of it. so-
I still have these up for like another 30 seconds probably. I can walk over there and look at, see if
Once
it's...
they do it, it's funny.
If
What?
you feel well enough.
I
I
feel-
mean, I feel pretty good, so I can just run in there real quick.
I mean, if you'd like to.
Yeah, I'll
maybe we
take
can
a
both go.
yeah. I'll take a quick breather. Do you feel like running?
Sure.
I just need like 6 seconds to regain my posture, and I'll
But-
dash in there.
Okay, I cannot keep up with you, Kaden. You will be there and back by the time that I get a quarter of the way there.
All right, then you stay here, and I'll
Okay.
run. Just make sure I don't die on the way.
Okay. Xeris will like start waddling now, so then he's like sort of in the halfway point when she gets there.
All right.
Yeah, so Kanan's gonna hand the soul stone over to Harriet. Just push it into Harriet's arms.
All right. This is happening.
And then
Cradling
Kanan is gonna take like 10 seconds to like regain her composure. And then she's gonna get down on her haunches and try to run over there. Feline agility.
Yeah.
But
Easy enough to
Yeah.
do. That effect, the stone effect, is worn off of the two of you, or at least will in the next, couple of minutes. You're starting to feel more like yourself, and you bolt out, rushing across the top, kind of skipping your way across the top on large bones, and you manage to make your way over to this pedestal. And Xerius, about this time, you arrive there as well.
Oh.
Just a few moments later.
Alright, so I'm gonna walk up.
is there a soul stone in there?
As you take a look inside, make a perception check. And you can do it at advantage if Xerius is helping, or Xerius, you can make your own.
Xeris will make one too. Perception.
Ooh!
Xerius, as you approach, you recognize the runes here as being written in Infernal.
I can read that.
It's basically like a channeling or a focusing point where it gathers all of the life energy in the room and collates it in this pillar, and it condenses it down and shapes it and forms it into these soul stones. As long as those creatures existed, they could all the life that they took was formed and pushed into these soul stones. As you peek over the top and look down, you see it's like a sort of muddled green liquid is just sort of fading away and kind of dribbling out of the bottom of the pillar there. But that Kanan, that's the same color of the thing that you saw.
Can I collect a little bit of it in like an empty potion bottle?
Yeah, easy. Yeah, you managed to scoop up
Yeah.
some with that and kind of fill it up. You get about half a bottle full.
I'm gonna write half a bottle of green life goop.
Yeah, green life goop. Yep.
It's Gorn.
No.
Vagabond soup. That's exactly what it is.
Coming to our merch store
Yeah, that'd be good.
that we definitely have.
But the
Chicken noodle soup, but it's the Vagabonds.
faces.
Yeah.
the runes have begun to fade on this thing, on the podium. All the runes have started to go out. You get the sense that they were tied to those creatures.
Huh. Well, I mean, I saw it here. But I guess it's gone now.
Maybe I think the runes here are fading. It's probably that once we killed the creatures that the magic stopped.
Oh.
And Matt, Spirit Guardians is up for 10 minutes,
Oh.
but he's gonna. Yeah, I thought it was like a 1 minute. So
Yeah, me too.
he's gonna leave it up until like he's out of this room because he doesn't like not being able to see things.
Yeah, sounds good. But you two can easily make it back out into the hallway.
Yeah, and I'm gonna take this yellow circle off.
Okay.
What do I do with this?
Just hold on to it. That's the thing we need.
All right.
Here, I can make some room in my backpack if you want. Backtrack.
I mean, I've got baggage places.
All right.
Vagabonds!
So, should we try to rest up here? I feel like we are all needing a little breather.
Maybe in the staircase. I don't really like the bones.
Right. Kanan's gonna walk forward and try to peek into the next room.
Okay.
Just to see if it's safe.
Yeah. You peer forward, leaning a little bit into this room, and it's kind of strange. It's a roughly circular room. Make a perception check. If somebody's looking with you, they can roll at advantage. And the room peers back.
This area is a look too.
Okay. Yeah, 20 is good enough. Okay, so you look into this room and you see just a large. It looks like pieces of the floor have been broken out and have fallen down a deep, deep hole, like maybe a really deep well, or something like that, or maybe like some underground waterway had collapsed or something. But as you look around the room, you could definitely make your way around the edges. It's not like it's so narrow you can't walk on it. But the hole in the center is large, and you don't see any sort of reflection of any kind of light in there. It just is nothingness. On the opposite side of the room, you see a doorway on this left-hand side here. You see a doorway, and on this southern side, you see a stairwell that descends down once more. Looks like it ends, leaning from where you are, you could kind of see, I think. Actually, let me double check and see if you could see. No, you can't see. You don't know what's at the end of that stairwell.
I can't see.
I see the start of that stairwell. I do not see the door
Yeah.
in this area.
Well, I'm saying you can see it, so how about that?
Oh, right. I see it. My eyes are open,
Yeah.
and I saw the sign.
You hear...
My word.
You do hear, it sounds like muffled conversation from across the hole beyond the door on the other side. My arm just disappeared from existence. Out yonder in space. But within the hole, you hear it's like a voice drawing you in. Not necessarily a voice, just a presence that just sort of is calling you, and you feel yourself pulled towards it inexorably. And that's where we're going to take a break.
Guy! Bye, guy!
Okay, we'll be right back. It's 7:10, we'll call it.
Guy said ranger.
Did you say that in the chat?
All right, we're back.
Twitch chat.
Folks.
In the Twitch chat.
Okay, so just as a brief recap, Kanan peered into the room, looking around, and saw the large hole in the middle, along with a doorway across the way and the edges of a stairwell that ascend downward. There's enough room to make your way around the hole if you wanted to. It'd be kind of narrow in a few spots, but you do feel yourself just sort of drawn to this. Not like overwhelmingly that it's going to compel you to hurl yourself down it, but just for a moment you feel yourself pulled towards it. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna be like, guys, I think I hear someone ahead. And then I'm gonna take a couple steps forward and look down into this hole.
Okay. What's your AC?
18.
A slick, suction-cupped tentacle reaches up and wraps around both of your legs, pulling you off of your feet and trying to pull you down into the hole. Would anyone like to react?
Xerius would like to try to grab her if possible.
Yeah.
But-
Make just a dexterity check. See how quickly you can grab her.
Not quickly enough.
I'm gonna try as well.
Yeah, you're down the hallway, so you're not like within arm's reach. Um,
Oh, okay.
Can I Eldritch Blast at the
sure.
tentacles?
Yeah, you can release an Eldritch Blast, and Inara, if you'd like to do something like that, some distance thing, you could. So go ahead and make your attack roll, Varus. 9 and 21. Okay, the 21 hits for sure. Anyone else have anything they want to do?
Mine probably hits Kanan, since it's a nat 1.
Yeah, it does. So the Varus releases 2 Eldritch Blasts. Zarius leaps forward, trying to grab. Unfortunately, is unable to reach Kanan. As Kanan, you're scrambling, claws out, scraping on the tile as this thing's pulling you down into this hole. And you hear just a low kind of drone come from the base of this. Varus, you do release the 2 Eldritch Blasts. The first one slams into Kanan's shoulder, dealing 7 points of force damage. The second one slams onto the tentacle's arm, and you hear a shriek from far, far below. The tentacle unwraps around Kanan's legs and it slithers back down into the hole. Kanan, you are dangling precipitously off of the edge here. You're holding on. You're not like gonna fall down, but yeah, somebody needs to help you up.
I'll run forward if I can.
Sure.
And
Yeah. To the two
At
of you,
least
you can
help.
easily help pull
Okay.
Kanan back out. But you two both feel this kind of drawing sense towards this big hole.
Don't check out the hole, please. Let's just hang out in the hall.
What's down there?
I don't like this. I want to go down there. But I don't want to. You know.
Yeah. But we still have to rest. So maybe,
We should go,
Stairs.
yeah.
yeah, the
Up
stairs.
the stairs. Not here. I want a door in
Yeah.
between me and this hole. As curious as I am.
Alright, so you're withdrawing back into the hallway there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna stay out here.
Sirius might. Are you like staying out there for a while, or are you just like hesitating?
No, I'm looking around the rest of the room, I guess.
Okay.
Okay. Zeus gonna give him a couple seconds, then he might like walk out and put a hand on his shoulder.
Alright. Right as you place your hand on Varus' shoulder. Varus, what's your AC?
19.
A tentacle, wet and slick with suction cups, slithers out, wraps around your legs, and pulls you down, dragging you towards the entryway there.
Once again.
You're close. Yeah, you can make it. Yeah, you're right next to him, so you can make a reaction, or even an attack roll if you want to.
Yeah, can Zarius try to slice the tentacle?
Yeah,
Like,
go ahead and make an attack roll.
I don't know how thin it is, but he'll make an attempt.
It's a thick boy.
Oh, thick. Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's see, yeah, 23 hits for sure. You stab down, and as it pulls Varus down and starts to withdraw him, you manage to slice down with your rapier and get a pretty good gash into it, and it shrieks again, that deep, low sound from far down below, and it unravels and withdraws back down into the hole, and Varus is hanging from the edge.
Zeus will help him up, and then like, without letting go of him, drag him back into the hallway.
Okay.
Probably not a bad idea.
All right. So you both move back into the hallway there.
Oh,
Yeah, we're not going in there for a little while. We're just gonna call a tea, time out.
here?
Call a tea, yeah. It might probably not. Like, you know, and never mind. Usually we have tea on the breaks. We can't really right now, but you know.
All right.
I can play a little tune if you want. If Varus, you'd like to accompany me.
I'd love to. Do you want now? I have to ask. Do you want the same thing that I did last time? A bit more upbeat, or do you want like more traditional elven singing? Like, have you ever been to the opera?
No. I mean, I've heard stories of operas.
I mean, I can do either. I can do what I did last time, like the bebop-a-doo, or I can do kind of something a bit more traditional. No,
Whatever you feel like suits it best.
Sure.
I trust your musical abilities. I've just
My musical
fiddled
abilities are
around
nothing
as
like
a
yours,
kid.
darling.
Well, thanks.
All of my performance abilities are with the sword. Well, not all of them, but most of them.
I mean, your painting's pretty decent.
I'm well versed in the arts, but I've spent the bulk of my training with the sword. So, anyways, I'll sing along.
And Caden's just gonna play like a really gentle tune on the violin. Just like kind of showing like rest and everything.
Yeah.
Also trying to be real quiet, so playing like lower notes as opposed to higher notes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is your Song of Rest, right?
I do not have that, so no.
Okay. So you play the violin, and you focus, and you begin to play, and the music comes out. It's very beautiful. You're still learning some things, right? So it's not perfect yet, but you don't see any of the display that you saw the last time. It's just music. There's no kind of visual accompaniment, but it is a nice tune that you play. It does kind of have a kind of calming effect. But that's all.
Okay.
If everyone's taking a short rest, go ahead and roll however many hit dice if you want. If you need to, whatever you want to do. Figure you all are taking about 15, 20 minutes. About the minimum that a short rest can be.
Oh, okay.
And Wild Shaper sets on short rests, right?
I believe so.
Great.
Oh!
Nice.
Take it. 69 hit points.
Oh, I did it again. The 9 and the 6.
Do I have a modifier?
It's your Constitution modifier.
Oh, so I have to add a bunch of... Because I used all of them. So, plus... Because I just rolled, like,
All but
using
one.
the dice.
Yeah, it should automatically include... Oh, yeah. So yeah, it's plus whatever your con modifier is for each one.
Okay, so it's 16... 36...
Yeah, you can just click the hit die button and it should roll it for you for reference for the future guy. Yeah.
There it is. Okay,
Oh.
plus 2. So I rolled all 9s, that's 18. Great.
Well, looks like everybody's doing pretty good.
Ooh. Got all my shit back.
Oh, you warlock.
Warlock, baby.
No!
Hey Jeb,
Hey, me.
is Channel Divinity long rest or short rest?
Short.
Okay.
All right.
I mean both, but yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So, is there anything else that you all would like to do before we continue on?
Harriet's gonna lean over to Varus and she's gonna say, I've been meaning to ask this, but just in case something, I don't know, this might be helpful, I don't know. Do you remember what the word for this box is to open it?
If I recall correctly, I believe the word is exit.
Okay, that's what I thought. I don't know. I just want to make sure going into wherever we're going.
You want to write it down somewhere? I remember it because it's funny. Because things go in it, but the word is exit.
All right. She's like, I think she's gonna write it down and like put the note back in her little bag with the box and the soul stone next to it. That's all. I just needed to get that out of the way.
Sure. Anything I can do to recall an old joke? I wonder how he's doing. What he's doing.
And what we're doing.
What if he's here? He did say he was going to meet Corzin, so
Who?
Demetrius.
Oh, right.
Tried
Sorry, I
messaging-
was fixing my lights and everything.
I tried messaging him a while back and he never responded. It wasn't like the other ones where it just didn't go through, but he just,
Well,
didn't.
what's happened to him?
Yeah.
I don't blame him.
He had a lot going on.
We'll see.
Let's just hope he's not here.
Right. I mean, I don't know. I didn't expect Corzin to accept him with light heart, because, well, he was with us when we all tried to kill him the first time. So, I don't know about you, but anyone that's trying to kill any of us, we wouldn't really accept.
It's different though if he believes he can control someone.
We'll see.
Right.
I mean,
Plus, he already seemed to have a little bit of a hold on Demetrius originally, so
there's always something.
we can't know until we go and find the bastard and kill him. Corzin, I mean, not Demetrius necessarily.
Thank you for the song. You too. I think that's probably
Yeah,
the
just-
nice things like that probably don't happen too often here.
Probably don't ever happen. Now, there's a whole lot of elvish singing going on down here, but
Well, the music at that place we stumbled into earlier was pretty good.
You were
What?
out
it
on
was-
something.
No,
Serious?
it was a lot of like, it was good music. I'd go
Sounded
back.
like racism.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
No, I was kind of vibing with it, to be honest.
What?
No, not the racism. No, the music, the whole party scene and everything. It was.
Zarius,
are
you
you?
know I love you,
Are
but
you
you need you, and when you get your hands on a drink, it never ends well.
Yeah, I'm a bit of a lightweight, and I don't know what that was, but it was not for me.
Are you the Zarius that we know, or have you been replaced?
I don't know, man. It's really taking a toll on my
You-
head down
You
here.
don't know.
It's
That's not reassuring.
No, hold on. I am Viserius, you know. I'm just, it's been a long day.
Well, perhaps we should get off our asses and go kill Corzin so we can get the real Zarius back.
Yeah.
Right. But in this next room, just warning you guys, the big hole in the middle of the floor just kind of like, I don't know, draws you in. It's not like it physically draws you in until it like sucks you in with a tentacle.
I was gonna say it kind of
It
does.
tried.
I did that.
Yeah. It almost did Tavar. And you, actually. Yeah.
Right. But there's a door on the other side, and I heard some talking in there. I don't know if maybe we should check that out. And there's also some stairs leading down on our, 9 o'clock. minutes if we're facing, on our 9 o'clock.
What?
I just had to.
The south of where we're viewing as players, but our character's 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. Yeah.
You can also just say to the
Yeah.
left.
Yeah.
I couldn't think of that.
You could think of
shaped like
9
a
o'clock.
circle.
I'm like, I don't know what clocks
Straight
are in this world. Would Harriet react to you saying it's on our 9 o'clock? What, do they have analog clocks?
Abby, your brain is wonderful, but
Correct.
why?
I only know 9 o'clock.
Clock, there you
9
go.
o'clock.
Well, should we
I
try?
have a really funny idea. I could, you know that there's a thing down there, right? I could distract
No.
you if you guys want to go and do things.
How are you
No.
planning on
I'll be
Va-
fine. I can
Vars?
teleport, remember?
Vars?
I can teleport, remember? I don't often like to spoil my surprises, so hopefully me saying that I can teleport gives you a bit more confidence.
Don't.
What if we just stay to the walls? And if you need
Sure,
to teleport, then you can teleport.
But I could be the distraction. I could be the star.
You're already the star, Forrest.
Yeah, you're right. Let's go.
But not the dying star, okay?
Which way are we going?
You go to the door.
9
on the
o'clock,
side?
I think.
Oh, to the stairs then.
Stairs and then the door?
They have clocks in this universe because Balthazar has a clock.
I'm going to the stairs at the door.
So what's the plan?
Let's go to the door first because I think there's people there, and if we go down the stairs, then we might, I don't know,
Get
they
it.
might come back down on us or something
Get-
like that, and it'd
get
be
it.
better to have the higher ground and advantage.
Sure. So stick to the right wall. The 3 o'clock wall.
Yeah.
o'clock.
No, we're not using this as our communication plan.
I'll go first. And I'm pressed up against the wall.
Okay. If that's how everyone is progressing, go ahead and continue on.
Zarius, are you still panting?
Zarius had a rough time with sticking to the edges of things, almost falling to his death on the way to
That is true.
Canesport.
Multiple
Fair, I was
times.
there for
A
that.
couple of
Every
times.
single time.
But you all manage. At one point, Harriet, since you're kind of lagging behind on my screen at least, the tentacle does kind of slap up, kind of wet, just sort of bleh, on top of the tile, and then slowly kind of slithers back down into the
To
hole.
like roar at it.
Nice. All right, and you find yourselves at this door. It's a pretty elaborate door. It's, as far as doors go in this place, you know, it's comparatively much more elaborate than the rest of the ones that you've seen. There's no real sort of vivid description that you would give it. It's a nicer door than the ones that you've seen. It looks like people use it. It's well worn. There's a nice handle on the side. It's kind of like a crystal shape. But this is where, Kanan, you heard those voices coming from. They're kind of low, muffled. Couldn't really make out what they're saying, but that kind of thing.
Okie dokie.
What would you all like to do?
This is it, Kanan? This one?
Yeah.
Can I press my ear to the door and
Sure.
see what I hear?
Yeah, make a perception check.
Perception.
12. You do hear a little bit of muffled conversation, but not really much else. Really kind of drawn back to the hole. It's an interesting hole.
I'll perceive.
It's a little late.
I'm kidding. Kanan's too far back to listen into the door. Just be like, Varus, are you gonna go in?
Oh. Yeah.
Lars, do not go near that hole. I don't want to see you
Oh.
teleport.
I really want to teleport.
You can do that at another place. That's not filled with giant tentacles.
Save it for Corzin himself.
Now is not the time to cause the fireworks.
I don't know what that means. I'm gonna stealthily, slowly trying to push the door open.
Okay. Make a stealth check. And for the rest of you, are you also being stealthy, trying to not alert anybody?
Yeah.
Ryan.
Okay, so everybody makes stealth checks. Vara's 24 to open, that's great. Okay, Kanan 18 and Naira 18.
And right now, I'm just trying to open it so I can maybe try and hear a little bit better. I'm not trying to go in yet.
Okay, alright, got it. Wow, everyone rolled great.
Oh. 3 18s.
Okay, so you...
We're trying something different.
I'm going to delete the door so you all can see in. But this is just... Because I can't delete it for one person, so deal with it. Varus, you peek inside, and you see a few figures in there. You see a guy working at a large bench that's there. It's like a big table, has a bunch of stuff on top of it. Looks like a bunch of potions or like glass vials and bottles and stuff. You see another large notebook there. And you see some big faces on the table. Large, big faces. But you see 5 people in the room. But that's about all that you make out.
It looks like just 5 dudes, really. There's some other things in there, but I think we could easily take them out if we wanted to. Shall we?
Yeah.
It's 5, so we can either go one on each, or we can just go in there and see how it goes. Kanan, do you
Yeah,
want
let's
to come
take
up
them
here?
out. I think one at a time is good in case they're stronger than they look.
Sure. You want to come up here, Kanan, since you and I are the closer?
Yeah.
Right. And is everyone else ready? 3, 2, 1, we bust in.
Mm-hmm.
As ready as I'll ever be.
Okay, let's go.
It's not really much I can do, but
Alright,
Put
so
my
you all
hand
are
on the
rushing
door.
in.
Summon the sword. Yeah, I'll 3, 2, 1, and then rush in, swords blazing.
Okay. So, go ahead and Kanan and Vara, since you two are rushing in first and you're kind of the fastest, go ahead and make your attack rolls at whatever targets I'm assuming you want to hit. So,
I'll just go for this first guy.
okay.
And I'll let Varus do his until he's done.
Both of those hit, and the first one is enough to kill the first guy.
Oh,
So,
oh no,
and
we're killing civvies again.
20, 25, 30. Could I have used the second strike
absolutely,
for that guy?
yeah. So Varus sprints in, stabs forward into the first guy with his back turned, totally unaware. Nobody else has even noticed. Plunges the heart striker in from his back, just kind of punctures through his lungs. Before the guy's even dropped off of his blade all the way, turns and gives a nice flourish, as you all are like to see Varus do. And he stabs the second one through just as the human turns to face, and a shocked look kind of comes across his face as you plunge the heart striker in through his heart. And he falls down dead. Kanan?
3 more. Who's next?
Yeah. So Kanan runs past Varus as he's stabbing the first guy and runs down to this fella.
Okay.
And's gonna bonk him with her quarterstaff.
Okay, quarterstaff. That's enough to put him down. You swing across the quarterstaff and clock him, and you hear his skull kind of crack. And the quarterstaff sinks in a good half inch to the side of his head.
And then she's gonna just hop over here and hit this guy with her quarterstaff.
Okay, go ahead and make your attack roll for that guy. And that's enough, yeah. All right.
And that's it for this turn.
Okay, and are the rest of you also entering in and doing anything?
Yeah, Zeros had run in there. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's his range.
Okay.
Yep, but that's what he's gonna do. Actually, he might go like there.
Okay. Are you making any kind of attacks or anything?
Nah,
Okay.
he can't.
Anyone else?
And then Harriet would wait for Naira to go because Harriet's kind of at the end of the line. So
I was writing. Okay. She's already moved. She was there. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, and just getting a feel for like the room.
Okay.
Because, yeah.
All right.
Thank
And
you.
then
She heard a lot of noise, then she walks in and everyone's dead. So.
okay, and then Harriet, I need to change your
Okay.
gun. I wrote it down in my notes to do, and I didn't actually update it on the.
Okay.
Because the 30 feet deafness is a little too much, so we're gonna switch it to 5 feet.
Okay.
So yeah, there you go.
Thanks. Then if I'm still alive, I will give everybody your headphones.
Ear Pro.
That's my
Yeah.
claim. You heard it here first.
You can still make Zarius deaf though, from any distance. That's the caveat.
That's my joy.
It just
My-
always.
That's where I get my serotonin. Okay.
It'll be
so
like 3 miles away.
oh my god! Can you imagine? Like we're retired. We finished adventuring. I'm at a shooting range. 90-year-old Harriet at a shooting range, firing. Old Zarius is like, what?
I hear even worse than I usually do.
It's that damn dragonborn again. They're like, Zarius, what are you on?
Hey, my hair.
Why are you guys all of a sudden southern when you're old?
I don't know.
Went to Canaan's
Canaan,
hometown.
Canaan, yeah.
Canan's influence.
We hung out with Canaan.
We've heard like one too many
And-
story from Canan, but that's how Harriet turns.
Her bad story
Hey, all
you're
you know
telling. Oh my goodness.
Anywho, I guess late to the party, Harriet's gonna walk in this room,
All right.
and it looks like it's just her friends. Is what we're.
A couple of dead bodies on the ground. You can vaguely make out a shape
And-
in the distance.
She'll
That's
kind
it.
of like. All right.
Okay.
Well.
All right. Next, the human at the table turns to see his cohorts dead on the ground, and looks around to see all of you. His eyes kind of glowing a dim orange. He says, "You cannot be here. Go!" And he puts his hands out in front of you, and you see this gateway open that looks just as empty as the hole behind. Outside of which blackness and bitter cold pours out, and you hear this whispers and these slurping noise. Just the area becomes completely black, and let me see. Okay, and you all feel these tentacles, because you're all blind at this point. You all feel these tentacles just sort of slap and slam into you, kind of battering you about. Everybody takes 4 points of bludgeoning damage from this, and this stuff persists. It is utterly black in here. No one can see a thing. You just have a vague idea of where the guy was.
How many was that again? Sorry.
4 points.
4.
Yeah. Yeah, you didn't hear him run anywhere or anything, but... okay, so we'll just go in the same order we did last time. So, Varus, you are up.
That's me.
Yeah. You take an additional 5 points of bludgeoning damage at the start of your turn as these tentacles rub against you.
Sounds good.
That's the face I was looking for. Somebody to go, ugh.
I am not loving I love your descriptions, man. I love them. They're really
Love
great,
them,
and they make
but
me
I
feel
hate
really
them.
immersed in the game. I really appreciate the detail at which you describe tentacles grabbing us. Yeah, that's my point.
It really makes me feel like I'm being grabbed by a tentacle. And I
That
hate
is
that feeling.
horrifying.
Yeah.
But I love that you can do that.
It's really cool.
So it's like there's nothing.
There's
right?
no light at all.
Okay. I don't want to waste the spell slot. I'm just gonna vaguely where he was. I'll
Okay.
do 2 Eldritch Blasts.
Okay, so your attack rolls will be a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Both hit,
17.
yeah.
1 damage. I really need agonizing strike.
7 damage, actually.
Or agonizing one. Oh, I meant the first one.
Oh, yeah.
Was
7 whole damage. Yeah, you release the blast and you hear a dull ugh.
I found him.
Yeah, the rest of you kind of get a sense of like radar, or sonar, I guess. You hear and you're like, okay, I have a good idea of kind of where this guy is about.
And I'll take some steps up until I bump into the wall.
Okay, yeah,
That's
you
it.
just feel the wall. It feels really cold and kind of wet.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, so next we'll do Kanan.
Yep.
You've heard this guy grunt from being hit.
Kanan's gonna move around this body here.
Okay.
Try to find this guy. Do I take the 5 points as well?
Yes. Yeah. Sorry. At the start of the turn, 5 points of old bludgeoning damage as the tentacles kind of rub up and kind of wrap around you for a moment and slither off of your legs.
And I'm gonna try to hit this guy with my quarterstaff.
All right. Your attack rolls will be
Just kind of
disadvantage.
broad swings in front.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Just 20. Yeah. 25 at disadvantage for sure will hit. Yep. That's enough. 8 and 22 at disadvantage. Yep. Kanan, you feel 2 solid impacts from your quarterstaff, and you definitely hear some bones crack as your staff slams into his side. With the first hit, you presume you hear some ribs crack. And the second one, he holds an arm out to block, and your quarterstaff slams into it and just shatters his wrist or his forearm there. And he lets out an "ugh." Just kidding. Like the womps.
Bop it.
Yeah.
Twist it.
All right. Anything
He's
else?
not
Kanan?
dead yet, is he? Yeah.
He's just not.
Not dead yet.
He's just not dead yet.
Yeah.
Well,
Can't
then I'm
see.
gonna spin a key point and flurry of blows this sucker.
Okay, go ahead and make your attack rolls. All right. The first one, you swing hard and you whiff. I mean, the guy is nowhere to be seen. And you come up again with your elbow on the second one and clock him in the jaw, and he just collapses backwards, and the darkness that has filled the room and the tentacles fade out. And you can see again.
Last I see the light.
The tentacles are gone.
Like the fog is lifted.
It's like the tentacles.
It's like
Nope.
the tentacles have
No,
lifted.
no.
And it's like my skin is goo.
No!
And
Okay,
it's
that's enough of that.
And it's warm and
I'll
slimy.
keep going. I'm gonna take sanity damage.
Yeah. Can I already take some? Like,
16 points of psychic damage from that performance.
no.
I'm there.
All right.
Can Kanan search this table?
Sure. Would anyone else like to look around? 2 people can make investigation
Yes.
checks.
Nosy.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not what I
Intimidation.
meant.
Investigation.
Intimidate the table.
Scare the table, Kanan. Scare it.
Your information.
Where's my stuff? All right, 14 and 22.
Oh, and the tables have turned.
Nice.
You just
I
like
need
trip
to
into
put
the
my
table and
glasses
shove
Tables
it.
on.
down.
I just see the eyes. I didn't know why investigation was all of a sudden a charisma thing.
All right. So you take a look around the room, and Ira, you go pretty thorough over pretty much everything. Kanan, you're kind of getting the broad strokes here. On the table, Kanan, you find a cipher code book. It looks like a book that has like a plain text and then the cipher text. So it's a way to decrypt the lab book that you've already found.
Ooh.
You also
Okay,
find.
in that case, I'll slip it in my backpack with my other book.
Okay. You also find on the top of the table 2 greater healing potions.
Yes.
And 1 vial of acid.
Mess them up.
If anyone would like this acid here, or a healing potion, does anyone need a healing potion? I have 2 here.
I'll take one.
All right. And I guess I'll bag the other.
Are they regular?
They're greater.
Greater. Gotcha.
Okay, so Kanan kept 1. Does anyone have any use for some acid?
Isn't that what your Kane's dagger? Different stuff, probably? I
That's
don't know.
some kind of poison in Kane's dagger, but I mean, this
I know
jar
it
looks
hurts a
kind
lot.
of. Sorry. Guess I have hit you a bit much. But this jar looks awfully breakable, so I assume we could just chuck it at Corzin.
That sounds really funny.
That sounds
Would you
a
like to do
great
that,
idea.
Varus?
I would love to do that. My
All
God.
right.
I have.
She'll,
Rip off
That is the
acid.
most exciting thing I have heard all day.
all right, she'll hand you the vial of acid.
Okay. You take it's a kind of a thick greenish liquid. If for practical purposes, when you throw it, it'll be just a like an improvised weapon with dexterity. So d20 plus 5 for you,
Okay.
and then it's 2d4 plus 2 acid damage on a hit.
Okay.
So, Kanan, you also find on the surface on the top part of the table 1 vial of strange orange-red colored liquid. It smells kind of like the cap is off of it at this point. It smells kind of like tangerines, along with like a little bit of rot, like a corrupted flesh smell. There's a label on it that says number 43323.
I, as Abigail, really want Kanan to drink it.
No.
No, I
feel
No.
Kanan, I know that you
Literally
make weird
just
decisions.
now.
I know what you're about to do. Don't you dare do that.
She's not gonna
Found
do
a
that.
vial of acid.
She won't do that. She'll just be like, do any of you guys know what this is? It smells kind of like sweet, but not. Like oranges, but rotting.
Can I take a close sniff?
Sure. Yeah, make
See if
a. I would say you could make a nature check. Well, you can either do an intelligence check to try to figure out specifically what it is, or a nature check to determine what the type of thing is. So your choice.
I'll do this one.
Nature. Okay. Just really out of date orange juice. Okay. So you take a whiff and you kind of examine it and just kind of swirl the liquid around and hold it up to Harriet's light and see. And you really get the sense that it's emergency. I'm just kidding.
Oh my god.
That this, you've seen things like this used in like witchcraft and in forest style magic, but it looks like one of many spells or potions rather that are designed to try to extend life. So whether to sustain somebody after they've died, you can kind of pour it down their throat and keep them from permanently crossing over, or whether it's something designed to give you artificial life, or whatever. There's a whole huge, it's in that field of magic, but you're not quite sure specifically what it does.
Is there a cap anywhere to be found on the table?
Yeah, there's a cork right next to it.
Okay. Can I cork it
Yeah,
and just slip it in my pocket?
yeah. So put vial 43323.
Yep.
Cool. And Ira, you also looking around, you find these 2 masks that are sitting on the table, and they are horrifying, realistic, lifelike faces. about exactly the size for a large, huge elf. One is a happy face and one is an angry face.
Ooh, I don't like that.
Isn't that? Because dude wore a.
So the elf we found and threw away the head of wasn't the first, apparently. I don't want to touch the faces, but I just want to, like...
Okay.
God, I just yeeted my ring. I was gonna...
Did Anira explain the potion?
No.
Okay, cool.
You just saw her sniff, look at it, and then just cork it and bag it.
Cool.
Do clerics have identify? Because you could just identify it if you wanted to.
I don't. Not prepared, anyway.
Forge clerics do. That's not
Oh,
you.
okay.
That is not me.
Wizards. Okay. I can never remember.
Wizard.
No identifying for you.
Oh, man!
All right. You do have a lab book, and now you have the cipher. So, at your leisure, you can.
We're told to stay away from the cipher.
Going back to the cipher.
No.
We have the whole cipher in our hands.
The keeper, we turn around and just see the
I've
keeper
got
of the
the
7
whole
keys in the doorway.
World.
Oh!
All right. So that's about everything you find in the room. Is there anything else that you all would like to do in this room before you move on?
Can I unmask one of these dudes?
Yeah. You remove the headpiece, and it looks just like a regular human guy. You notice, as you're kind of removing the head thing, it catches on the back of his neck. So you turn the head to see, and he has that same protrusion that you saw in one of the children in the mine where you first fought Corzin. That's how he would mind control them. And that girl scratched it out of her head.
George question.
Yeah.
Do those masks look similar to the one that Varus was carrying around from the other life-extending temple we visited?
No.
Okay.
They just do on the map, because I got the maps in the same set, but...
Yeah, okay. That's why my brain put it together, but I
Yeah.
wasn't sure if...
No, these are like actual faces that have been formed into masks.
Okay.
Yeah. Somebody stop me! Right? Like a mask.
That's no. That unlocked a memory I didn't want to have unlocked.
On second thought, go back.
Horrible yellow suit. Oh,
That's so good.
the like green.
No.
Jim
Oh,
Carrey.
You keep
Alright.
using this word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
Alright, so what's the plan? What do you want to do?
Crap.
it's out of this room.
Alright.
Sky would
Yeah.
like to look at the cipher, but Anira would probably want to get the fuck out of there.
I'm
Okay.
not on like a little.
George and
you know,
Zarius are on the same page. He's leaving the room.
This isn't like a museum that we have to read every plaque. I really.
Zarius about to get slapped by a tentacle.
Are you moving around the edges of the room?
Yeah, he's gonna go towards
Yeah.
the stairs.
Okay. Is everybody moving around the edges of the room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
Takes
Varus
another look
creeping?
at the pit. He takes another look at the pit.
Alright, this time you hear nothing. Nothing comes out. That it does have that element of unending depth to it still, but it seems that whatever was manipulating it or causing it to act or channeling it has disappeared. At least for now.
Varus.
I'm gonna try something.
Varus.
Varus,
I can teleport.
Do you really want to waste that? No, don't.
Yes,
Just
it's funny.
Va-
Let me try
Va-
this.
Varus.
I'm fine. Hey. Have I ever
you
not been fine?
Yes,
If you
several
don't-
times
don't
I've had to
ask us
revive
that
you.
question, Voss.
Several
If you s-
times.
if you say we're the Vagabonds, I'm going to fight you.
Hey,
Like once a week.
Lars, we really have something important we gotta do. If we survive on the way out, we can check it out.
We'll take 10
But
seconds.
our friends need this time. We just took out time. You have 10 seconds, and then I'm leaving you.
You have no seconds. I'm leaving.
Just leave it.
Sarah's just like the mom that's like, I'm getting in the car and leaving you.
All right. Well, you make your way down, and you recognize this door now that you get close to it.
No.
You remember, your mind is harkened back, not Anira, I'm sorry. You weren't there. But you recognize this is the doorway that you passed through to go to Corzin's dining hall. It's the same door. In that big room where he had the statue version of a planetar.
Yeah,
A bunch of assassins, bro.
the assassins. My first episode.
Yeah.
Episode week.
This is first episode.
So, what would you like to do?
This has gotta be where he is, guys.
I'm not the only one who's seen this door before, right?
This is the one leading to, like, literally where I first met you. The
Maybe
big
not
dining
in the
room.
hallway, but
Well, I mean, same difference.
I sincerely hope
Say
there's
literally.
someone as lovely as you on the other side of this door. However, I really
Well,
I
last
don't know
time
about
there
that.
was, like, attempted death, so I would pretty much expect the same, but, like, less assassins, more evil cat mages.
Alright, well,
take these off.
should we just bust in or should we try to sneak in?
Say we go in.
If
I feel like this isn't a coincidence.
Me
But it
too.
looks like this.
It's probably him messing with us, we are perfectly fair, but...
He probably knows we're here. Probably knows we're right here. I feel like sneaking isn't going to do anything.
Well, if he's not in there,
Right.
though, and it's something else, he might at least give us a chance to hit it before it hits us.
Alright, so I'll listen in and
Oh.
and then we'll sneak in? We're
Mhm.
getting in either way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Kanan's gonna put her ear to the door.
Okay, make a perception check. 15. Great. You don't hear anything. Just the gentle burn of the torches that you've heard pretty much everywhere that there's been light. But you don't hear anything else.
Okay. I was just gonna be like, I don't hear anything. I suggest we be quiet. And then she's gonna try to stealthily open the door.
Okay, make a stealth check. 26. Great. You slowly push the door open, and it pushes open with ease. There's no traps. You see a small dining hall. Nowhere near the elaborate, gargantuan, and ornate palace that you saw on the surface. This one is very simplistic, but it has the same elements there. That same... You see where Corzin got the ideas for the design of this place. Or maybe he developed them, over a long time and just made them more elaborate on the surface. But you see a table there set. Each of those dishes in the center of the table, there's 5 dishes in the center of the table, has one of those nice, domes over top, the different symbol on the top. It looks just like the family symbols that you saw hanging in the banners outside of Yzdra.
Okay. She's gonna take a couple steps in.
Okay.
Is this a door I see here?
That is a door. Yeah, it's a pretty elaborate door. It looks very much purposefully designed. Looks like this is much nicer than the stuff that you've seen before. It's got a really brilliant handle. It's like a nice brass color. But the rest of the door has nice inscriptions on it. Not anything magical, but just very pleasant design.
Okay. She's gonna listen in there.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check. 23. All right. You stick your ear in and listen, and you hear just one voice of the 23. You hear one voice just sort of muttering, like a repetitive whisper. almost. And then you'll hear a few footsteps, and then the same kind of repetitive whisper, along with a different style, but the same kind of crackle.
Okay. Just gonna come back to the group and be like, there's someone in that room over by the candles, the lights things. Boris, do you see anything on the other side of this room?
And I see something, I can't really tell what it is. Yeah.
Oh, the thing at the end there?
Yeah.
It's a bookcase. It's nothing really elaborate. It just looks like it's full of like study notes and books and different volumes of lab notes and those kinds of things.
Just some books. Notes. Actually, they're not really books. They look like things that have been written down. Things that someone wanted to remember.
Huh. 1 second.
Might be useful. Can I just pull something off a shelf and look
Sure.
at it?
Yeah, you pull it off and start to flip through and realize it's not in any language that you understand. It doesn't even look like it's written in a language. It looks just like a random series of symbols, sometimes repeating, sometimes not.
And the problem is I can't read any of it, so put it on the shelf.
That's all right. But I think we can go through this door over here. There's someone in there and some large sounding fire.
Going in.
And Kanan's gonna try to open the door all stealthy like.
Okay.
Oh, snaky like.
Push the door open and very stealthily and enter in, and you do see one the many human people that you've seen here quietly holding looks like a bunch of parchment, and he's kind of whispering and reading off of this parchment by each of these coffins as he does. Read by this one and then pass over, walk around this one and read in the same spot. He's kind of doing that, going around the room. In the rest of this room, you see the center is dominated by a large support pillar. It's roughly in like a cross shape almost, or an X shape. But yeah, there are quite a few of these coffins. It looks like about 10 coffins in this room, and the light in this room is a pale sort of pink color, and burning from the sconces. What would you all like to do?
I think I'm gonna have to make my screen bigger. Alright. Kanan's gonna run up and try to off this guy
Okay.
Snap his
real
neck.
quick. Yeah, basically, she's gonna take her quarterstaff and try to go like under his legs, like up through his groin to knock him over, and then smack him on the head.
Okay, make your attack rolls.
If I can get over here.
Oh, so we're
Yeah.
just going.
Oh, we went. Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
All right. You club this guy to death, and as he's breathing his last breath, he says, "Wait, shh! Don't wake the sisters." And then dies.
Not for a bullet.
Out of all the last words, those are the ones he chooses.
I don't think any of us heard that.
Yeah, just Kanan.
No, I know. Yeah.
So, what would you like to do?
Tiptoe my way back to the group.
Okay. You roll a 25 stealth. It's not hard. Make your way back, no problem.
Anyone else in there?
No, it's just the one guy, and he said not to wake the sisters, and I don't know what that means. He's dead.
I don't know what that means either.
Means
Probably some
quiet?
sisters.
There's a bunch of coffins he was doing a thing around.
You see any doors?
You did see a
I came
door.
over here first.
You saw a door when you were running
did?
over. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I've got my screen on half so I
No, you're
can
good.
see everything.
It's down on the bottom portion of the map. So as you entered, it would have been on your left.
Okay. Yeah, it's down and to our left. I suggest we be quiet and not open the coffins.
Oh, I don't want to wake the sisters.
Yeah, whoever
I
they
wasn't-
are.
I didn't really want to open coffins regardless.
It's closing.
Let's go.
Alright, I'll follow behind you, Varus.
Oh, when did you say it was? 9 o'clock?
Yeah.
I'm learning.
So everybody make stealth checks as you're going through this room.
Yeah.
No.
Wow. Nice. It's not
Okay.
a nat 1, but
Yeah, that checks out.
We'd be failing.
All right.
There's
So
stub his toe on a coffin.
yeah, mushy rolls at best. Yeah, as you're kind of making your way through, it is a fairly easy. You're just walking across a room. It's not like it's that hard to not be, pretty clear path there. So the DC wasn't terribly high. You all managed to make your way across. You do stumble, Zarius, into one of the coffins on the way over, and you see the lid crack a little bit, and a gap kind of open up of about an inch. And you peer inside with your passive perception, and you see, looks like a rotting body. It doesn't look like anyone you know or recognize. And now that you're looking at it, it doesn't even look like it's rotting. It looks like it's being put back together. Like it's undecomposing, or recomposing, I guess. Undecomposing.
Undecomposing.
That
But-
is.
Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that's not natural.
All right.
what's this thing in the middle?
It's just a big pillar.
Oh, okay.
Just fancy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there's another door here.
Right.
Going in?
Yep.
Kind of what we do.
I'll stealthily try to open the door.
Okay. Push the door open. Not an issue. And it leads to a very short stairwell. And another door. This door, however, is extremely ornate. You see an incredibly detailed carving in the door of a very familiar sight, a Rakshasa.
No.
You see in a hand extended out in front of him is a human brain. You see bits of brain and blood running down the Rakshasa's face. And you recognize this Rakshasa as Corzin.
Definitely thought you were gonna say we recognize the brain. It's like
Elder
how?
brain.
How?
I've seen this one. It's Zarius's.
And with that, I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
Gonna put on his lion face paint.
Yeah.
Face
His game paint.
I'm scared.
Yeah, this is.
He has to go get the 24d6 for some random
Oh
ass
my
spell.
goodness.
He's got a big
Wait,
jar.
Abby, what's he doing?
30.
Oh, I'm in a completely different room.
I know, go
Go
out and
find him, Abby. Go.
Hey,
You're our eyes and
heard-
ears.
I heard a door open, which means he either went into the bedroom or the restroom. So that's the best.
Poor guy's just trying to like get a break before
Yeah.
the giant narration. Where the image of like a real brain is so like. Ooh.
Do we even
Recognize
know
the
that it's a
brain?
brain? Like, have we
yeah, in
seen a
in
brain?
our adventure,
Yeah,
have
do we
ever
know
seen a
what
brain?
brains are?
I
Like,
feel
I
like
think we
Hayden
know what
probably someone
brains
in
are.
the
Okay, I-
We've fought
feel
enough
like
people and cracked
big
open.
This is
cracked
fair. We have
skulls,
scratched
yeah.
our
True.
skulls.
Okay.
We
that's
probably
a
know
good
what's like inside the average body from how much we've like sliced it open. So
That's
like a
a-
pinata.
Read a book about
You
anatomy
really
once.
put in perspective what we're doing right now. Like,
It's like-
look,
Yeah.
All right.
That's
from
like
the
the
amount of
only
times
thing
we've
part-
sliced open a human body, we probably know what a brain looks like.
You all
We could
definitely know what
prob-
brains are.
yeah.
There you go.
We could
All right.
probably do like basic anatomy.
So, you all are standing outside of this door. What would you like to do?
I feel like we should
Kind of
just
look
go in.
around at everybody.
I don't know. I don't think we should try and sneak in. I think we should just go.
Yeah.
If that door back there wasn't it, this is it.
Well, love you guys.
Yeah.
Love you.
Here we
all.
go.
Is everyone ready?
More than ever.
I'll just have the vial of acid in my hand, and then I'll open the door.
Yeah, it's
Before you move, give me 1 second to change some things here.
That's like, gotta roll up your backup characters real quick.
Hey, no, I already have my backup character. It's fine.
All right.
This guy said ranger, so
So you enter into this room, which you can feel free to do. Just don't move too far around, you know. You enter in and you make out a series of cages on one side of the room. Mostly empty, but a few have occupants, though you're unsure of their state. You do recognize two figures, however, as Fang and Drusilia. Again, you're unsure whether they're alive or conscious or anything else. On the other side of the room on either side of the room rest 6 pools filled with blood. A human in robes and a strange headpiece is examining each one. 2 winged and spined devils watch over them while they work, awful grimaces on their faces. 2 intense censers burn brightly on either side of a short set of stairs, where, standing atop, examining 2 books and carving into a brain resting on the table, stands Corzin Fatedraw, also known as Ados, standing there in full Rakshasa form. His orange and white striped fur bristling at your presence. He turns to face you, and you notice deep stains of blood on his face and reversed hands, like he's been eating the brain on the table. Ferocious yellow-orange eyes stare towards you, and you can feel the fury emanating from him. You also notice that he is missing quite a few scars across his face and arms that were there the last time you faced off against him. He steps towards you and snarls. "Here you stand, O valiant heroes, in my presence. You have ventured long and fought hard to be here, I commend you. But you have no idea what you're doing. You have no capacity to understand the larger plan at work. You do not even know the people you have happily leapt into bed with. You, Varus, binding yourself to that ridiculous archfey. And now, he has abandoned you, as he always will. You, Zarius, blinded by the light of a ruthless butcher, because she makes you feel strong and promises power. You know nothing of her past, of who she really is, of her plans for you and the rest of the world should she get her way. She must not be set free. And you, Harriet, you must understand the sacrifice that Leandrin gave for the greater good. He gave his life to advance the shepherd's cause. From his sacrifice, Kellen and I have come so close to recovering the secret to immortality. And Ira, the hermit, you have no stake in this fight, and these ones here do not care for you. You are far from the first to join them, and look how they treat their oldest friends, and he gestures towards Fang. They left him here for months, without a care in the world. You think they will cherish you? Other friends of theirs once came to me as well. The red-skinned tiefling begged for my attention. Pathetic. And you, Kanan, you could have been a daughter to me. You have such gifts, such untapped potential. Even now I can feel the power pulsing through your veins, but you refuse. At every turn, and in every way you are defiant, resisting that which is inevitable. The future I showed you, that is what will come to pass if you continue down this road. End this now, because even if you could manage to kill me, you cannot disrupt the shepherd's plans to save this realm from the destruction at its gates. You will never overpower the heretic. You will never outsmart the merchant. You will never succeed over the machinist's creations, and as close as you are, you will never defeat the champion. And the shepherd reigns supreme over all of us. No, you will die here and now by my hand. Everyone roll initiative.
Yeah. Fear.
Also,
not ready.
before we start,
tracks.
if you have anything that you want to say, we can do that too.
Yes, please.
Zarius has stuff, but you can't even go first.
Varus also has thing.
Kanan, after he said all of this, is gonna be like, well, Ados, I've come to claim that future you've warned us with, and to hold the rote of your life in my hand. When we've killed you, I'll hold no more sorrow, for pity is all you deserve. And then she's just gonna ready to
Alright.
fight.
Cool. Let me get one thing here. Because I need to
Varus
add a
will
thing.
chime in.
Yeah, go ahead.
This isn't about everyone. This isn't about the merchant or the champion or any of those other fuckers you mentioned. This is about us and you. And revenge for the torture that you have brought upon us.
You speak of allying ourselves with powers we do not know, as if we don't remember the scars you carved into us not but 6 months ago.
I don't know you. You don't know me. And honestly,
Wish we never met.
yeah, you'll wish we never met. And honestly, I couldn't give that would have been cool if I didn't stutter.
That's actually
Cannon!
Yeah. I couldn't give less of a shit what these people think of me. All I know of you is that you're evil and need to be put down.
Amen.
you know,
Fuck this.
you called us the Vagabonds, but I think you should call us Curiosity because we're about to kill the cat.
Oh shit!
Hey!
Oh shit!
I need quotes.
That's it.
All right. Well, with that, I think I already organized the. Oh, everyone rolled really bad. My people
That's what we
included.
think of our fire in the lines.
Oh, everyone did really bad.
Yikes.
Of course,
All
it's
right.
gonna kill us all before you get a turn. We're gonna sound so cool and then just die.
So-
Yeah, right.
Okay. Okay. Oh, feel free to move into the room because you would have moved around during this. I figured you're not just going to stand stock still while he's talking at you. You move around. So feel free to move into the space. You know, not like rushing for, you know, I mean, be
Yeah.
reasonable.
Yeah.
Right next to him.
Right next
I'm
to
standing next to him. Okay. All right. So,
Sword's at his throat already.
and Harriet, are you okay? Just want to make sure.
Sorry, I was flipping through my tabs.
Oh, you're good. You're good. All right. So first up is Corzin. So we will switch over to him while I remember how to play this character. Just kidding.
Matt's
You
like, I've been
see-
practicing all week.
You see immediately he reaches his hands out to either side, his reversed backwards hands, and like wraps around like he's grabbing onto chains and pulls, and you see these chains lash out and connect to each one of these human figures standing by these blood pools. And then oh my goodness, he has so many things.
You could just not. You could take some of those away.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. I don't have things. Can I have his things?
Okay. He steps down to the side a little bit and steps down the step there, and you see him pull his hand tight together, and electrical energy begins to crackle and spark from his hand, tinted orange from his own energy, and he pushes the blast forward. And he's gonna cast Lightning Bolt. So, Kanan, Harriet, and Anira make dexterity saving throws. And also this Spine Devil, who happened to be in the way. So sad for... Oh, nat 20 save, okay. Spine Devil leaps out of the way.
That's kind of a horrifying image.
Go Anira!
Yeah.
Is this a dex?
Anira was
It is a
ready.
dex save, yeah. Okay.
Well,
Anira, you take half. Kanan, you take half because of evasion, and Harriet, you take the full. So the total damage is 37 points of lightning damage.
Which is 18 half?
18 halved, yeah.
Okay.
good morning.
And that is Corzin's turn. Next up is Kanan. What would you like to do?
Yeehaw. Die.
No, don't.
Cry and die.
I checked the distance on the wrong. No, I don't want to do that. The wrong direction, so. Alright. Okay, so Kanan's gonna go after these first two at the bottom. So she's gonna run down here and no, she's gonna hit him with her quarterstaff.
Okay. Make your attack roll.
Loop.
18 hits, yeah. 8. Not quite enough to kill him yet, but you slam into the side of him, and you see him kind of dazed from the strike.
And then she's gonna hit him again with her quarterstaff.
All right. Yeah, that's enough. You swing back the other way and clock him right in the side of the neck, and you see his head kind of cocked to the side at a very strange angle, and then he collapses on the ground. The chain that was binding him to Corzin shattered.
Okay, and then she's gonna run down here and get a flurry of blows. This fellow here. So
All right.
sorry.
Yeah, that's enough to put him down. That first hit, you strike forward, and you crush his nose into the rest of his face, and he collapses onto the ground. Dead.
Okay, and then Kanan's just gonna like stand. I think this is where the footage ended.
Okay.
And she's going to make direct eye contact with Corzin as she says, "You never have been, will never be that paragon of hope, of order. Those who follow you know not of the call of not but the call of a faulty void. You will die in that void. Will the shepherd give a damn about you, you helpless fiend?" And that's it.
Okay, great. All right, next up is Zarius.
So Zarius is gonna run to here.
Uh-huh.
Or actually, no, hold on. Sorry. To here. And then while he's like right here, can he stab this guy
Yeah,
on his way?
yeah.
Okay, cool.
Just stab on the run.
Yeah, maybe twice if I need it. So we'll do the first one. Pow.
26, yep, that's enough to put this guy down, exactly.
That's it. Gotcha. Cool.
You stab
So-
into him, and he just collapses as you puncture through his chest area.
And Zarius will just sort of like flick the blood off his sword and then turn to the next one, sort of in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
But he's out of movement, so he's just gonna be like, "Come on."
Awesome. Okay.
You gotta come to me.
Anything else you want to do? Bonus action or anything? Okay. Next up is old Baris.
That's me. Let's see. I'm gonna just go 45 feet right to the middle, and I'll lift one of my arms into the air, take a very deep bow, and then as I look up, I'll say, "Fetch," and cast Mirror Image as I do.
All right, perfect.
And
I
that's
didn't
it.
add one of my people for a turn. Oops. There we go. Well, he'll go there. Okay. All right, cool. So mirror image is out. You've got your that's the one with the 3, right?
Yep.
3 Versiones.
A little leaf.
Yeah. There you go. Oh, we both put it on there. Oh, cute.
Oh no, now it's gone.
Mirror image.
Okay. All right. Anything
That's
else,
it.
Vars? Okay. Next up is Harriet.
He's feeling a bit winded. But let's see. There's. Just gonna move. Right there. And these ones over here are the ligands.
Yeah.
And she's gonna. Let's see. Take out her. Well, make sure she's 5 feet away from Zarius or more.
You're far enough. Yeah.
Like, I'm picturing her on the battlefield. She runs up, realizes she's within 5 feet of Zarius, and like scoots over a little bit.
Okay.
And yep, pull out the tape measure. Pull out her pistol and aim at this one right here.
Okay.
And as she fires, hearing kind of Voss's little thing, she's gonna just be like, for Jen? And gotta fire her shot.
Okay.
Let's see.
Do it for her. Wow.
Okay, for Jen!
Nice.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
that's You fire the shot and it blasts straight through the back of this guy's head. It completely blows his face out across, scattered around. His head is basically destroyed. There's really not anything really left of it. Zarius, you do hear a loud ringing in your ears, but it's not quite as deafening as you expected.
At least I can still hear.
We're getting used to it. It's happened so many times.
And
Icon for blown out head.
yeah, after the shot, she's gonna do the thing like blow off the end of her
Yeah.
pistol,
Okay. All right.
put it
Zarius,
back in her holster, and like look directly at Corzin.
make an intimidation check.
Ooh, he's scared of the pistol.
20. Nice. Okay. You see him kind of set his gaze towards you and just snarl. Okay, at the end of your turn, he's going to say, I feel maybe this lesson needs repeating. And you see him charge up the electrical energy once more and release it towards Varus and Zarius. Both of you make dexterity saving throws.
Come on, man.
Both standing in a line.
Yep.
Yeah.
Kind of our
Okay,
thing.
so Varus, you succeed and
For real.
take half damage. You both, Zarius, you take full damage. It's 30 points of lightning damage.
Ooh, eat that for
So Varus, you take 15.
Practice time.
I'm in pain.
All right, next up is Inira. And
Yee.
what would you like to do?
Gonna do some 666 symbiotic entity.
Okay.
Meow, 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 meow. Gain this many temporary, not that many, this many temporary. Accidentally kept the 0 there. And so that's my action. Yeah, I'm gonna pull out my quarterstaff. Do a cute. Is this? I have to look. Is this bonus act? Cool. Gonna do a cute little shillelagh.
Nice. Nice. Shing! Actually, not shing.
Then-
Just crunch, because it's wood or something.
Yeah,
Crunch.
just kind of a.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'll just kind of hang out there.
All right,
Wood
sounds great.
noises.
Okay. At the end of your turn, Anira, Corzin's going to use a legendary action, and he's going to say, "Kill him." And this Spine Devil is going to rush over and make an attack on Varus here.
That's me.
So he's going to make 2 attacks. Bite, and he's got a nice big fork, like a skewering fork. Go back to my screen. So the first strike is a 19.
19.
With the bite, it just chomps down.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay, that's 4 points of slashing damage. The other one is a 9.
9 misses.
Okay. All right. And that is the end of this Spine Devil's turn. Now it's the Spine Devil's turn. Who is going to make a bite and a chomp attack. So that's a 19 to hit for the first one.
These are on me still?
Yeah, that's on you, yeah.
Okay.
This one is with a fork first.
The fork? Okay.
Yeah.
I will defensive duelist make my AC 23 for this attack, so it misses.
All right. The next one is a 17 to hit.
That misses.
Okay. So it does not hit. The next one here is going to rush forward, fly up towards you, Zarius, and also going to make a bite and a fork attack. So that is a 17 to hit with a fork.
That'll hit.
5 points of piercing damage to you as he stabs into you, piercing just through your
Ouch.
armor. And then the chomp, he bites down, trying to clamp onto your arm as you're kind of trying to parry these things and move about, but it's only 12 to hit.
That does not hit.
Okay. All right. That's it for the Spine Devils. It's only the 2 of them. Next up is initiative count 20.
No, that's no.
You all see, especially you, Kanan, being right next to one of these pits, the blood inside begin to swirl and churn and turn. And you see this red energy sort of spill up over the sides. Spill up over the sides and down, seeping into the bodies of those that you've just slain. And they rise to their feet, fully restored. Their link to Kanan also restored. You notice the one that has its head blown
They're
out.
linked to me.
No, sorry, link to Corzin. The one that has its head blown out does not stand, does not rise up.
Okay.
Con, wake up, ugly. All right, sorry, he's whining in his sleep. Okay, yeah. That's it. Next up is Corzin. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, he gets cooler music.
As he should.
That's fair, actually.
Let's see. What is he gonna do? All right. What's the range on that? Ooh, you all are close.
Yep.
No, we're not. No.
No, try again. No. Matt. Quit it.
Yeah. Okay.
Quit it.
So, let's see. Grab my actual movement here. Let's see. Real quick. Oh, let me put it back on the NPC screen. Perfect. All right. You see Corzin rush forward, right behind this Spine Devil. And you see him point out towards Anira. And you all see this dark, twisting, churning energy release from his finger. His finger almost blackens at the start of it, and you see this beam of sort of non-light streak out, and it's gonna try to hit Anira, who I realized just was going to be gone. So if Anira is back, go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw.
Just got here. I was watching the stream.
Make a Constitution saving throw. Also, how many hit points do you have?
42 full hit points.
Oh, this is down.
And a handful of temporary.
Okay. Got it. All right, an 11 for the Constitution save. It's unfortunately not enough. Let me see here.
This is bad.
And Ira, you take 63 points of necrotic damage as you feel this energy just drain your body. Are you still alive?
Yes.
Okay. You feel very close to the brink of death there. And Corzin looks at you and just smiles. You'll be joining me soon, hermit. And that's it for his turn.
Not my name, but okay.
Next up is Kanan. What would you like to do?
Not my name.
Get out of Zoom for a second. That's what I'd like to do. Kanan's gonna feline agility her way through some stuff.
Okay.
So this is her path. She's gonna hit this guy until he dies, and then move and get that guy until he dies, and then if she has time or energy, this guy right there. So 60 feet.
Okay, so you're gonna run up, punch one. I don't know why it's showing the spine devil next to you, Kanan. He's not next to you. He's next to Varus, but it's just showing that on my screen.
This one?
Yeah,
That's definitely
it's
not
just
next
my
to me.
screen. So
Oh,
yeah, I don't know why, but
Okay.
he's not there. So you're rushing. Okay, yeah, I got what you want to do. So go ahead and make your attack
this
rolls.
guy, I'm gonna bash his head in with my quarterstaff.
Okay, yeah, you're trying to club, like smash his head. All right, it's gonna up. Yeah, I was gonna say it's
Yeah,
gonna up the DC
like
a little
in.
bit, but you rolled way
Like-
high enough to hit. Yeah. Okay.
Dent his head in.
Yeah, you slam in, and you see the guy. The light dies from his eyes, and you've cracked his skull, but it's not smashed in. You haven't done enough damage to do that yet.
I'm gonna hit him again.
Okay. Go ahead and make another. Yeah, that's more than enough. Between those two, you smack him the first time, and he collapses onto the ground. You see his head kind of split open, the brain's starting to spill out a little bit, and you swing down once more, and you just crush into, completely separating the two halves of his skull, smushing into his brain.
Okay. And then I'm gonna run up on this guy, so I'm not gonna feline agility this turn.
Okay.
I'm going to unarmed strike
Okay.
this guy, just trying to like beat his head in.
Okay, yeah. You got it. Ooh. Yeah, and that 20, I'd say you get that with the first strike.
Okay, so it's beaten.
Yeah,
Like
you
first strike?
Yeah, you punch forward and you just crush his nose, just like you did the other guy, into his face, and your fist goes in a good inch as well. You withdraw it and kind of shake the brains off onto the ground.
Okay. Undo all my talking last couple seconds. She's gonna go ahead and run over
Okay.
to this guy using her feline agility
All right.
and try to do her second unarmed strike there.
Okay, you got it. 15, yeah. That's enough to hit. He's not down yet.
That's okay.
Okay.
She's content standing there.
Content killing 2 people.
And
Yeah.
injuring it.
Only 2
zooming
people
around.
in a turn.
Only 2.
It's a rough day.
All right. At the end of your turn, Kanan, Corzin's going to turn back and look at you, say, "Oh, this running around. I think you should slow down. Take a break. Enjoy a sit." And he's going to cast Blight on you.
Oh.
So make a Constitution saving throw.
I believe. I
Ah!
don't believe.
Kanan, you take 39 points of necrotic damage.
Holy shiz. Okay.
Guys came to his house.
39.
Okay, then
Yeah,
my
because
house.
you gotta die. Okay.
But that's it for Kanan's turn. Next up is Zarius.
Bonus action healing damage.
Uh-huh. Bone demon dude.
Yeah, he's
All right.
there.
Yeah.
Zarius is gonna try to get. Oh, jeez. There's like nowhere he can stand. Oh well. Yeah, he will reach out to this bone demon and try to cast inflict wounds with his last second level spell slot,
Okay.
and he will add 10 to this if he thinks he needs to. I don't think he needs to.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, that's enough to put him down.
Oh, thank goodness. I didn't think so. I was gonna have to. And then he's gonna walk over here, and he's gonna stab this guy in the. Sort of taking notes from Kane and try to stab him in the face.
Okay,
with his
yeah.
bonus action.
Let's go ahead and make an attack roll.
Yeah, this isn't even gonna hit, much less kill him.
You can up it if you want. Oh, that's a bonus action to up it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think it's a reaction, but I don't want to use my reaction on that.
Okay. Well, 11 is just under what you need to hit. So
Yeah.
you stab forward, trying to get his head, and it just whiffs by, and he manages to duck out, thinking he's pretty clever. Anything else you'd like to do for your turn?
Spit on. No, I'm kidding. No.
All
That'd be
right. Next up is Varus. What would you like to do?
Okay. I have a real quick question because I wasn't here last time we fought Corzin. Does Varus know about the spell thing? Because I know Jevin does. Does Varus know about that? Like, did he experience that last time?
The spell thing. What do you mean?
Like that Rakshasas are like.
Oh yeah, yeah. If Varus was there, I mean, I figured you would have talked about it. You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure.
No, I'll give you
'Cause
that. Yeah.
The first time we fought him, Varus didn't have spells, so he'll just waddle around the devil up to Corzin on his way. Bonus action, second wind, because hit points. Thanks.
Nice, 13. Yeah.
And then as I'm like walking over to him, just totally ignoring this devil, I'll just look at him and say, you know, last time we didn't really dance like this. Let's do it. And I'm gonna just stab at him twice. And
Okay.
if one of them hits, I'm gonna do a goading attack. That's the one we're gonna do.
Okay.
So, kapah!
19. Let's see. 19 just hits.
Okay, so goading attack is and target must make a wisdom saving throw,
Wisdom saving throw
or he has disadvantage on all attack rolls against targets other than me until my
okay.
next turn.
All right. What's the
DC
spell
is
save DC?
17.
Okay. All right. You see him shift. He looks around the room again after you strike at him, manages to get a pretty good hit, and he just locks onto you, like focused on you.
Okay.
Kind of a terrifying
make it.
prospect.
Yeah. And then I'll make another attack, but this time none of that. So.
All right. Yeah, 16. You stab forward again, and he just slaps the blade out of the way in front of him. Does not strike. Anything else you'd like to do?
I'll start with the action surge and do just 2 more.
All right, sounds good. A 27 and a 14. 27.
Darius will add 10 to the 14 to make it 24.
Okay, yeah. Let's see.
Then 15 and 12, so 27. Assuming he takes full damage from my attacks.
Yeah. Yeah, so both of those hit. You stab in the first. Once again, gets a little bit of guidance on the second strike, and you manage to deal some pretty hefty damage. You said 27?
27, 15 plus 12, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you managed to do pretty well about it, and he's definitely not very happy. Just looking for something here.
And then that's my turn.
Okay. At the end of your turn,
Oh no.
well, yeah, you all are giving him really good ideas.
I'm gonna blow my head open with a gun.
Balthazar was getting that Glock for Corzin all along.
No.
To be fair, Matt warned us. He tried to keep us from coming to hell.
Yeah, at the end of your turn, you see him say, "Well, as long as I'm going to strike only you," and he vanishes
Oh. Hi.
out of sight.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Definitely not out of our minds.
Next up is Harriet. What would you like to do?
Not process the fact that Corzin just disappeared
Yeah.
and run over to Anira.
Okay.
And she's down, right?
No, she's not down.
She's not? Okay.
I'm still standing.
Never mind, I
I'm
thought you had
still
gone
standing.
down. Okay, in that case, sorry Queen, I'm not running over
I'm not
to
looking
you.
so hot, but I'm still standing.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to undo what I just said.
Sure.
For some reason, I thought you were down, like, on the ground. Down. Okay, then I guess I'll go over to this, go back to where it was. Oh my goodness, I'm running all over the place. Back. Oh, sorry, over here. Where's that? Can I still get there? And I guess I'll stay where I am and take a heavy crossbow shot at this one over here.
All right, sounds great. Okay. 14 hits, yeah. Great. You release the bolt and it slams into the chest of this guy, but it's not enough to quite put him down.
And she's gonna do second wind also.
Second wind, okay.
Wonderful.
Sounds great.
Once it loads, but
Yeah.
other than that, she's gonna kind of hold her ground, kind of looking around for Corzin, kind of focusing on where Varus is.
Okay.
But yeah, that's all for her.
All right. Okay, sorry, I'm just checking some other things. Okay, next up... I didn't even go on to Harriet's turn. I'm so sorry. On the stream. Next up
okay.
is Anira. Sorry, too many things on my
Yep.
mind. What would you like to do?
Gonna symbiotic entity again,
Okay.
because there's no point in using my wild shape to be an animal, because he can probably just fuck with that.
Get those
So-
sweet temporary hit points, though. It saved you
Right,
last
yeah.
time.
Right. That's an action. That was my action. I'm gonna bonus action Guardian of Nature, because symbiotic's
Okay.
not a spell, it's a class ability.
Sure.
I'm gonna do Great Tree.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that you would like to do?
I'm just gonna kind of hang out here.
Okay. Sounds
You
great.
can come to me. I don't.
I'll do
All right.
it.
Next up is the Spine Devil, who is going to try to attack you, Varus. If I can open his character sheet. Comes at you with a quick stab to the back with his fork. And then he's also gonna chomp on you, try to bite at you.
And he makes 2 attacks.
He makes
I'm
2 attacks.
remembering mirror image this time.
Ah,
So
okay.
The first one, I think the first one hits me.
Okay. Well, you take
Yeah.
4 points of slashing damage.
Well, assuming it hits.
No, it's 20.
Yeah. Actually, I'll defensive duelist parry that.
Okay.
So it won't hit. And then the second attack will target, if I can get to a d20, one of my duplicates. So as long as it's a 15 or higher, one of my duplicate goes away.
Yeah, he just rolled a 15, so
Okay. So one of my duplicates is gone.
poor dupe. All right, and his companion
Dead
is dead, very dead. All right, next up is initiative count 20. All of the cultists who are dead their brains have been smushed, and you see at the edge the sensors flare, and the fire grows bigger and bigger and bigger, and anyone, I guess just Kanan and this cultist, poor cultist, both of you take 3 points of fire damage. Ooh, cultist is still standing.
30
Just
cultists.
barely.
Gotta deal with that.
All right. Okay, next up is Corzin.
Man.
So, yeah. Sorry, 1 second. It's been a while since I played this character, so I gotta remember how to do it. Varus, you... Yeah, that's what we'll do. You, feel a presence in your mind, and you look around trying to find out where Corzin is, kind of dodging this spine devil that's around, and you see at the edge of the room a haunted and faded, deathly Drusilla, who has just sunken eyes and is just staring at you as if she's been down here 1,000 years. She withdraws a nasty-looking dagger from the side and begins to charge toward you. Make a wisdom saving throw.
That's rough. Wisdom save. Yeah! Accurate! Love it when the dice matches the roleplay.
This illusory Drusilla rushes towards you and begins to just stab into you with this dagger. You take 27 points of psychic damage. And you are frightened of this creature. At the end of each of your turn, you can make another wisdom saving throw where you take the damage again.
Sounds good.
Corzin reveals himself standing next to you. In doing so. But on this side. And that's it for Corzin's turn. Next up is Kanan. What would you like to do?
Yes, this cultist is dying this turn. At the hand of my quarterstaff.
Yep, that's, yeah.
I'm gonna bash its head in. If I need to hit it again, I can.
No, it was at 1 hit point, so doing 150% of its, yeah, you're good.
Okay. What are you doing, Roll20? And then I'm going to, do I see Corzin?
Yeah, you see him, yeah. And you see Varus fighting off something, and you're not quite sure what.
Okay, and this guy's still up?
Yeah.
I'm gonna run up and get Corzin with my quarterstaff.
Okay. 21 hits, yeah.
Yay! And then I'm gonna bonus action down a potion of greater healing.
Okay, sounds great. Get those hit points back.
That's 2d4?
Greater healing is 44 plus 4.
Okay. So...
So 13 total.
Alrighty, thank you.
Yeah. Anything else you want to do?
Nope.
Okay. Sounds great. Next up is Zarius. What would you like to do?
Zarius is going to just completely ignore this cultist and run over here. So,
Alright.
if he wants to take an attack of opportunity, he can, I guess. But
Sure, the cultist will try to attack you.
try to punch me.
Oh, I actually did pretty good with a scimitar. He rolled an 18 to strike. He swings at your back as you're running away, and you feel a gash kind of cut in. Take 2 points of slashing damage.
Nice job, dude.
He's trying.
Watch, I'm gonna die by 1 hit point later, and that 2 hit points is what's gonna do it. And Zarius will inflict wounds at first level on the Bone Devil.
On the Bone Devil, okay. Alright.
Yeah. He's gonna try to stab Corzin. Because he doesn't think a first level spell is gonna work on him. And he'll add 10 to that.
Okay, yeah. That's enough to hit him. Yeah. Takes 18 points. Ooh, 18 points of necrotic damage. He's looking rough. He's not quite down
Don't
yet,
you
but he's
also-
looking hurt.
Get advantage because we're on either side of him.
Well, this is on the Bone Devil.
Oh, the Bone Devil. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, the sword's on Corzin,
Okay.
which is coming now.
Yeah,
Wow.
26 will hit. Nice, you stab in. You notice the poison's not quite doing as much as you'd hoped, but you're definitely
Hey,
doing
man.
some damage. Yeah.
Damage
solid
is
strike.
damage against Catman.
Yeah. Anything else you'd like to do, Zarius?
Nope.
Okay.
What? Yeah, no.
Okay. At the end of your turn, he's gonna say, "Well, since you've all gathered so close,
Oh,
my
no.
gift from the shepherd." And you see flames begin to wreath around him, circling and burning up. Let me find the thing.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. So you see these flames kind of race across his body, and he begins to glow from this effect. Yeah. So each of you around him take 4 points of fire damage.
2 points of fire damage.
Yeah. So, as he is wreathed in flames, let me add light on him so that bright light for 30 feet. So he glowing. And let me put flamey armor on him. There's a good fire armor. There we go. That's good. Okay, Zarius, anything else you'd like to do for your turn? Oh wait, that was it, huh? All right, Varus, you're up next.
That's me. Okay. Scary. First things first, I will also bonus action down a greater potion of healing.
Okay, you were also afraid of this aperture, so you've got to run away. Currently, the aperture is next to Kanan, so you have to run, away or not move.
Oh, I have
closer.
to actively.
No,
I have to
sorry.
actively run.
No, you just can't move closer, and you're at disadvantage as long as you're in eyesight.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So I will. That was my bonus action. I will. I'm gonna try and take 2 swings at Corzin at disadvantage.
Okay.
And if any of them hit, I'm gonna use Distracting Strike. That's my other one that I have.
I would say the rolls are just a straight roll because you have people on either side, so he's plenty
Okay.
harried. Yeah, so just a straight roll.
Sounds good. So, is a 15 hit?
15 does not hit.
Okay, so then an 18 hit?
18 does not hit.
That sucks. Well, I didn't. Okay. Can't really move. That's it.
Okay, make a wisdom
That's it.
saving throw.
Okay, come on, Varus. Please tell me that's
21. You see Drasilia winding up for a strike, like a lethal strike into your neck, and as she lunges forward, the image fades and dissipates into smoke. You are freed. Yeah, because that would have been a lot of extra damage.
I would have been not here.
Okay,
Probably.
next up is Harriet. What would you like to do?
Buddy, that's the question. Let's see. He's gonna. What is Harriet gonna do? I was not hit by this fire moment, right?
You
Or
were
was
not,
I
no.
also hit by that?
Just 5 feet around him. Oh, I guess that would have killed this spine devil. No, never mind. He's immune to fire.
You got my hopes up.
Okay, well, in that case, if it's not dead, I guess I won't move. And for my friend Zarius, who I keep beating up his poor tiefling ears, try and get rid of this devil. And she's gonna try and hit it just with the heavy crossbow.
All right. $17 hits. Yeah, that's enough to put it down. You fire the crossbow bolt into it, slams into this creature, and it kind of keels over dead, falling back on its wings, and you see the wings kind of twitch, pull up a little bit.
And she's kind of go, okay, and keep moving.
Okay.
And move so that she's check something. Yeah. Gonna be right. If I can click the right thing. Right. There. Okay.
Okay. You're good right there?
Yes.
Okay, sounds great. Next up is Anira. What would you like to do?
Yep. With my quarterstaff and shillelagh, I want to go up. I'm not clicking. I want to go up to execute. I'm doing WASD. I want to go up to this guy with my quarterstaff and try to boop him in the snoot.
Okay.
And if it hits, I'm going to use a cantrip. One of them. I have to get here first.
13 hits, yeah.
Okay. So I'm also going to use Booming Blade.
Okay.
So that's, I think, 1d8 thunder damage, one bludgeoning.
Roll an extra d8.
1d8, yeah, on a hit, which it hits.
You did hit,
so.
yeah.
7
Takes
damage.
7 points, nice. And if he moves, he'll take another 2d8.
2d8.
Right? Okay.
Yep.
Oh,
I'm gonna-
yeah. Actually, one more d8, because it deals an extra d8 once you pass 5th level.
Oh, right. I don't, on a hit, and then, well, no, I think before 5th level it only takes the d8.
Oh, I see,
if it
okay.
moves.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, then after 5th level it takes it on a hit.
All right.
And I'm gonna back up to
All
try
right.
and, like, egg it on to move.
Okay, sounds good. Anything else you'd like to do for your turn?
That's it. Survive. Hopefully.
Okay.
I will survive.
All right. Next up is the Spine Devils, which are dead, but they're also the cultist's turn. So this cultist is indeed going to rush forward and take the extra damage. So go ahead and roll the 2d8. 4. Yeah, that's enough to put him down. He collapses and falls dead. This cultist here is going to rush out across the blood
Hey,
pool
buddy.
and attack you, Harriet, with his scimitar.
All right.
It's really cool. Swings at you with the
cool.
scimitar for the 13 to hit.
It's cool, but no, doesn't hit.
All right. He
Can
swung
I-
at you. Can you go ahead?
Can I take a reaction to smash the cultist's face in, or is that a little too much for a reaction?
A little too much for a reaction.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So next up is initiative count 20. This cultist rises to his feet, full hit points, and this one, the energy sort of suffuses back into it in front of you, Harriet, and you see that he gains his hit points. And that's it for this turn. Next up is Corzin. And he is going to hold. He's going to reach into a component pouch with you all on either side, and is going to say, "You all really never learn, do you?" And you see him bring out this little bead of red energy.
Can I try and counterspell?
Absolutely. I was just about to ask. So go ahead and make.
I'm just trying to stay close enough for this.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I don't think I roll anything.
If it's 3rd level or less, it fizzles. Otherwise, you have to make a charisma check.
Make a charisma check. And then I'll tell you whether it is. I just like to build the stress.
Yeah, I know. You're doing it.
He lifts the ball up, and you see it start to glow and the light reflects back on his eyes, and he looks like ready to drop this down. In the midst of all of you, Kanan, Varus, and Zarius just kill everybody. And he goes and he drops it down, and it just disappears before it hits the ground. And you see Harriet in the back saying, what do you want to say for your counterspell?
It's the classic, no.
Perfect.
We didn't start the fire.
He whips his head around towards you, Harriet, and just snarls at you.
I'll dragon roar back at him with my axe.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Next up is Kanan. What would you like to do?
Attack him.
All right, make your attack rolls.
Add advantage.
Yes, that's true.
Also, at the beginning of your turn, Kanan, you take 5 points of fire damage.
Yes.
Because the fire is just
Sure
still,
do.
you know, wreathing out and around you. 5 points, okay. 27. You see this one, he goes to... Like, he goes like he's going to parry the block, and he kind of hits it with his arm. You still deal the damage, but it hits on his wrist. And you see, when to get a closer look of where the strike is, there are suture marks around his wrists. Around one of his hands, his left hand. So do with that what you will. Anything else you'd like to do?
I spend a key point to flurry of blows.
Okay. Make your attack rolls. $18. 18 just hits,
Okay.
and the 26 hits. So,
And Kanan's just gonna look at his hand for a second and be like, huh. You lost it. You lost your hand and I lost my finger. You're an ass of a man. And then that'll be the end of her turn.
okay. Next up is Zarius. What would you like to do?
Stab this cat man twice.
All right. Well, first you're going to take 5 points of fire damage.
I'm gonna take 2 or 3 points of fire damage.
Oh yeah, that's right. 2 points.
I'll All right, and then once, nope, and twice, maybe.
Hope the 27 hit.
The first one does not hit. The second one does.
Yeah. So, and that would be Zarius' turn.
Okay. At the end of Zarius' turn, does he want to do that?
How does he want to do this?
He doesn't,
Let me
Matt.
see. Did I add this in?
Like shaking
He
guy.
wants to just stand there and let us kill him.
And let us, yeah, you know, he's decided that he's done with life. It's too stressful. So he's gonna go take a nap, like eternally.
No, he's gonna cast. No, he's not gonna do anything for that. All right. Next up is Varus. What would you like to do?
5 fire?
Yeah, 5 points of fire damage.
Sweet. Okay.
Uh,
I'm gonna use my last greater healing potion.
Okay.
So I have none greater healing potions. Plus 4. I'll take it. Okay. And then 2 more swings at him, and if either of them hit, I'm gonna use distracting strike.
Hello.
again.
All right. Go ahead and make your attack rolls.
So, Pow.
Yeah, 18 just hits.
18 just hits. Okay.
Yeah.
Then whoever attacks him next, other than me, has advantage.
Okay.
And then my second attack.
Yeah, 29 hits. Yeah. All right. Anything else you'd like to do? Good.
Nah, I'm not gonna say anything yet. Good.
Okay.
Good.
At the end of your turn, you see Varus say, he smiles and says, well, I'll be seeing you. And he's going to cast Thunderstep.
Oh,
No!
So Corzin vanishes from sight for a moment.
that's probably not good.
And yeah, he just bloop, reappears over here. You all make a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah.
All of us?
No, sorry,
Okay,
just the 3 that are around him.
Okay.
Take the 4.
Okay. Everybody fails, and you all take 20 points of thunder damage.
Oh!
Kanan is down.
As a reaction, can Zarius... I don't think it's gonna work because it's a first level spell, but can I cast Hellish Rebuke?
Sure. He's also immune to fire damage.
Yeah, so, just out of spite. On principle.
Zarius' little poop of fire comes up, and it's just joined and absorbed into Corzin's investiture of flame. All right, that's it for the end of Varus' turn and Corzin's legendary action. Next up is Harriet. What would you like to do?
Question of the hour. So there's this man all up in my business, right?
Yeah.
Let's see. Well, I guess he's there, and because of my crossbow expert feat, it's not disadvantage, I guess, and I'm just gonna try and hold the gun up right to his head.
Okay.
Fire.
Yeah, do it. Pull that
Um,
trigger.
We'll
Yeah,
see.
20. Yeah, 20.
Yeah.
Come on, roll 20.
18. Yeah, that's enough for sure. You pull the trigger, and the guy's head just explodes, scattering brain and blood and bits of
On her
skull.
too.
Both directions, all over Harriet, all across the floor. He is dared.
And he's hopefully obliterated, so
Yeah.
he won't
Yep.
be able to return. Okay. Just to go. Oh dear. And step out there. And let's see. Check something. He is gonna use action surge
Yeah.
and try to take a shot at Corzin,
Nice.
expending a grip point to get advantage on the hit.
Nice. Okay.
Hey,
Gunslinger shit.
let's go, Harriet.
Okay.
24. Yeah. He holds his hand up as if he's like trying to counterspell, and you see you're familiar with the technique. He probably presumably never seen a gun like this. He reaches his hand up to as if to counterspell, and you fire, and it fires through the base of his wrist along those suture marks that Kanan noticed. And you see he is very affected by that. He pulls his hand back, takes the full damage, of course, minus the half for poison, but
Yeah.
a solid strike on him, and he is not looking happy. And you see him clutch his wrist for a moment before very anxiously and angrily looking around the room. Anything else you'd like to do for your turn?
She's just gonna be holding her ground, like still aiming at him. Basically, like, don't you dare even like get closer to me. Like, I've killed you once with this thing. Like,
I'll do it again.
like, stop
Yeah.
messing with my friends, punk. Just all of that.
Yeah. All right. At the end of your turn, Corzin is going to look to you, Zarius, and say,
Oh.
all right, hold on, let me go back to that. He's going to say, well, should we have a little pain for old times? And Zarius, you are racked with
Again?
crippling pain. Yeah, you
Gonna save?
have no speed higher than 10 feet. You have disadvantage on
Yay.
attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws, other than Constitution saving throws. If you cast a spell, you have to succeed on a con save first, or the casting fails and the spell's wasted. You can make a con save at the end of each of your turns, and on a successful save, it ends. All right. I like that spell. Next up is
I don't
Ira.
have any spell slots anyway.
Yee. So I'm gonna 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. I believe that's my movement, right?
Yeah.
35. And I'm gonna mass cure wounds on. What would be a 30-foot sphere? Would I be able to get all of them in a 30-foot sphere?
Well, I think.
Or diameter.
Let me look at
I mean,
mass cure wounds.
Either.
Choose up to. I can choose 6 creatures in a 30-foot radius sphere.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, that's huge.
Yeah, 30-foot
Yeah, you
radius
can
sphere is enormous.
Easily.
Oh, is that including me? Can I get included in that?
Yeah, you can get everyone.
So many arrows.
Why
oh, my
are
word.
we-
Oh my word.
All right,
Yeah,
so
you get
all of the
everybody.
vagabonds get 21
Nice.
damage healing.
That.
Yeah, 21
Healing
points of
damage.
healing damage. Yeah.
And as I'll just say like, not yet. Come on. 6.
Not.
Stop!
Fuck.
Yeah.
Well, healing word is fuck. Cure wounds is God, and mass cure wounds is stop. There we go.
And counterspell is no.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else for your turn, Anira?
Hopefully I stay alive.
Okay.
But for the terms of what D&D says I can do for my turn, that's the end of my turn.
Okay. Next up is the cultist. This one is going to just rush again to you, Harriet, and he's going to take a swing with a scimitar.
No, old friend.
He comes up just yelling, ah, and swinging wildly with the scimitar. It's a 13 to hit.
Just Harriet kind of looks at him. It's like, ah.
Okay. All right. Next up is initiative count 20. And you see the that blood energy sort of spill out across the floor, and it's like searching for something. Unfortunately, finds nothing. Unfortunately for Corzin, at least, it finds nothing, and nothing happens. Next up is Corzin, who looks over you all and says, "Oh, how sweet! You've healed each other. Enjoy the flames." And he's prepares to cast a fireball.
He's too far away from me, so I can't.
Yeah. So, it's centered.
Time
it's gonna
to
get
get spicy.
Yeah, it's gonna get everybody, I
You
think.
get all of us.
Yeah.
You know, well, our greatest strength
so-
is each other. Our greatest weakness is each
Also
other.
each other. Yeah.
So everybody make dexterity saving throws.
Ooh.
Yeah, there he is.
Who hit that nat 20? Oh my word. I'm getting
Darius
there.
said,
Is that
no
everybody?
flames, please.
One
Should
more,
be
Harriet.
done.
All right,
Yeah, there we go.
Kanan.
Ooh.
Hey! Harriet, let's go!
All right. So, Kanan, fortunately, even if you fail, you still only take half damage.
Yeah.
The total damage is 38 points of fire damage. Anira and Kanan both failed. So
I gotta do math.
Oh,
they take the full amount. 38 is
19.
19.
like math.
Matt. So, would Zarius take 9 or 10?
We'll say 9. Yeah.
Okay.
You say on the safe side, round down. And you start to see as Kanan, gosh, I keep doing that. As Corzin is casting this, he's looking pretty ragged. I mean, he's breathing heavy. You see multiple wounds and lacerations on him, and it's like he's really struggling to keep his energy focused. You see a few times that he begins to cast a spell in between, we'll say in between your turns, basically, and he can't keep it focused enough to actually cast it. This version of Corzin seems much less together than the one that you fought previously. So that is the end of Corzin's turn. Next up is Kanan. What would you like to do?
Right.
You're at like 2.
I'm at like 2 hit points. So I'm gonna bonus action my last greater healing.
Okay.
Real quick. So 12. So now I'm at 14. 14. All right.
It's 44
And
plus 4.
bonus-
You have an extra 2 hit points.
Oh, so it's 16. Oh, I've been doing 2. All right. Sorry. All right. And I'm gonna spend 5 feet to stand up, and then since I've spent a turn not moving,
It's true.
I'm going to
Hilarity.
feline agility over to
Go get
Corzin.
him. Go get him.
And
Finish him.
what I want to do is grab the dagger and cut his hand off
Okay. Yeah.
again for the second time.
23 hits for sure. And that's, yeah. Oh, that would have killed this cultist too. He's obliterated. My bad. It changes Corzin's AC, so. Yes. That's, yeah. 23 is enough. You slash forward, and you manage to hit right along the suture lines. As he kind of brings his hand up to block it. You take 7 points of fire damage in the process. 'Cause you're
That's
rushing
okay.
into it. But you do manage to sever his hand, and it flies through the air and bounces across the floor.
Oh, I wanna
Oh, you want to
grab
catch it?
onto it.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Just make an acrobatics check.
Take my hand.
Take my whole life.
21. I'd say that's enough.
I was gonna
Yeah.
do the take my
Okay.
whole leg to.
You slash across, severing the sutures across his hand, and the hand begins to fly out in motion. You reach out, deftly grabbing it. What do you want to do with it?
She's just gonna have it for now.
Okay.
And so she cuts off his hand and says, "You will be remembered, I promise you that. You will be remembered and have no power over the way people see you, how they live after your influence. I will hold your life's works in my hands, and I can decide if it ever was in vain." And then she's gonna try to stab him, I guess under the chin.
Okay, yeah. Make an attack roll.
Finish him.
18 hits, yeah.
And I'm pretty sure that's all I can do. Yeah, that's all I can do.
Okay. He's looking. He's hurt. I mean, he's. You see, he's gushing blood from his hand. His breathing is just heavy and ragged. Like he's barely hanging on here. But next up is Zarius. What would you like to do?
There's just gonna run over here. That's it.
All right, Zarius rushes. Oh, you can not run that far.
60?
You're in pain.
Oh, you're right. I forgot. I can't do anything. I'll sit still and be in pain.
You can move
I'll make
10
a wisdom
feet.
save.
Yeah, you can move 10
Yeah,
feet and
you
make
know,
I think it's a Constitution save actually.
Yeah, 10 whole feet. Woo! Con save.
Yeah,
Yeah, still in pain.
still in pain.
This
You gotta
one,
beat a
it always
19.
gets serious.
Yeah. Do I take damage?
No damage. You're just incapacitated.
Just pain.
Yeah.
No damage, only pain.
Ella.
Oh no.
Ella. All right. Next up is Baris.
That's
What would you
me.
like to do?
Okay. Am I able to have the bottle of poison or acid in one hand and am I able to pull out my dagger in the other? Can I have both?
Sure.
Is that something
Yeah.
just like as a free action? Or...
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Then I will rush past and I run 45 feet. And I will use my last spell slot to Misty Step 30 feet as a bonus action, which brings me right there, which is within 15 feet. So, and I'll look at Corzin and I'll say, you know, you can't run away. Plus, this was really funny, so yeet, acid.
Okay. Make an attack roll.
So I think it's just a dexterity check.
Yeah. You toss the acid, and you see him just kind of turn his head at it and bring up the shield, and he casts it, and it deflects a little bit, but it still splatters. Some splatters down on us. So we'll say half damage.
Okay. And what is it? 2d6?
2d4 plus 2. Yeah.
Do I take any of that damage?
No, it's deflected and burnt off in the fire that's surrounding him.
Okay.
So 6
6.
total. Okay, so yeah, half of that damage.
Yeah.
So we'll say 3.
Yeah.
Okay. And he looks at you
And
kind of
then-
like, what?
Yeah, so I'll throw it with the one hand, and then I'll kind of like spin around and throw the dagger at him as the follow through for my
Okay.
second attack.
Yeah.
Which this doesn't have dueling because I'm throwing it. Ugh.
You throw the dagger, and it just glints off of the shield that he has up and scatters across the floor.
That would have been real cool, but that's okay.
All right. Anything else for Varus?
No, that's it.
Okay. Next up is Harriet. What would you like to do?
Buddy. How are my buds over here looking? Zarius and Anira? Well, Zarius is in crippling pain.
Yeah, Zarius is
Zarius
racked in
is looking
pain.
Great.
Don't worry
man.
about me. Don't worry about healing. I got it.
Anira's vibing because we just
Finish her.
had
Finish
that
him,
moment.
Harriet. Finish him
Oh my
Finish
god.
him.
with the gun again.
Do it. Do it again.
No pressure.
Go down! Go down, buddy!
No pressure, but do it.
I mean, she's gonna fire the gun since everyone over here seems to be living their life.
All right. You are firing over Kanan's shoulder, so
Please don't kill me.
Am I able? Let's see. Is there any way I can move to not fire over cannon?
yeah, you can run forward some.
Let's. Here, I think.
Yeah, you're good there.
Does that eliminate that issue?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, that is not my mission.
You don't want to kill Kanan.
No,
Alright.
that was nowhere on my list of things to do.
This is where Harriet turns her gun on
Where
us.
Harriet turns.
Whoa. Whoa.
Whoa,
Yeah.
whoa.
Whoa.
All right.
Take a shot at the man
Okay.
with advantage again. Using my last grip point.
$22 hits. Yep. Oh, that's a high damage roll too.
Yeah.
So, Harriet, how do you want to kill this guy?
Oh my god. Well, she's gonna kind of like be about to fire, have that realization that Kanan is right there, and run to her spots and kind of line up. That's her advantage.
Yeah.
Line up and look around at everybody and say, "You can call me Curiosity."
All right.
And fire off and then kiss the pistol again, like she does.
Okay.
Right on the lips.
You fire, and the bullet streaks over Kanan's shoulder, slams into right at the base of Corzin's sternum there, and you see it blow his neck open. It's disgusting. And Kanan, you're splattered with this blood. You see the fire erupt and explode out from around him. And Kanan, you take 12 points of fire damage as a result of this.
She's down.
The flames wreath out through, filling this entire cell here and most of the one next to it. Not all of it. But left on the ground, after this smoldering, smoking heap, is just a pile of ash. Kanan clutching Corzin's hand in hers. The ground around is scarred and marked with scorch marks. But you hear, as his essence is burning out in this moment, you hear... sorry, I gotta rewind. I got ahead of myself. Before he is turned to ash, my bad. He's kind of coughing and struggling to speak as the flames are rising around him. And he says, I am so truly sorry. I did everything I did for the protection of this land. And you see the flames rise higher and higher. He says, you must believe me. Tell me I'll be remembered. And then he bursts into flame, putting Kanan down, knocking her unconscious. Ash piled on the ground around. You look down, and the burning has ceased at this point. And the tongues of flame that quickly engulfed him have faded. And with that final shout of the flames echoing around the room, the fire has gone. Only a pile of ash remains. The room is dark. Kanan is unconscious. Zarius is racked with pain. What would you all like to do?
Can I sprint up to Kanan and cure wounds?
Yeah.
Second level.
I'm running to the cage that my sister is in, trying to get it open.
Okay.
Darius is in pain.
Darius.
Darius is in pain.
You're at least stabilized, Kanan.
He'll hobble along 10 feet every second towards Fang's cage, but
Yeah.
someone will probably beat him to it.
Make a couple of Constitution saving throws.
1.
Harriet will have her
2.
arm around you to help you walk.
Keep going.
Here's
Darius.
another one just to see if I can get an 18. Oh, 3.
You need a 19.
Yeah. No, but I want
Oh,
an
my
18.
word.
16, 17. He's just gonna keep being in pain.
Yeah.
Hey.
Pretty much.
Hey.
There you go. Right about at the end.
Hada,
Right as you get there. Oh, I feel fine.
hada, hada, hada.
Okay. Yeah, as you're all taking in this moment and rushing to heal Kanan and bring her back from the brink of death and checking the cages, the realization that you finally and permanently destroyed one of your oldest foes hits you, and you all breathe this sigh of relief. The weight of this battle finally lifted. You hear the cough from across the room, followed by a gentle clinking sound of chains moving, and turn to see you watch as Fang and Drasilia, both bound in fetters and chains, arise from their unconscious and wounded state. They take in their surroundings for a moment before Drasilia weakly speaks. Varys, you've come for me.
What? I had to. Oh, my sister.
So you guys have quickly come over and taken in the cages. Make an investigation check to try to understand the locking mechanism. Just 2 people.
All of us? Okay.
If there's a lock on mine, I'll just take out the sassy thieves tools and immediately go at it.
Okay. You got to try to figure out how it works. And Ira, you managed to get a pretty good understanding of these. It's a fairly simple lock, but it looks like it's been warded against any kind of magical items, any kind of magical tampering. So, the locks themselves are fairly simple, but magic would not open them. So, what would you like to do?
Got my tools. I'm ready
Okay.
to go.
They're just going to work like normal, so it's just a flat dex check.
Yeah. Okay.
8, unfortunately, is not enough.
Are the locks magical in nature? Or are they
No, they're just basic
warded?
locks that have been warded. Yeah.
Okay. Can I try... Probably just like access when I'm closer to. Can I just, I don't know, take my quarterstaff and try to boom?
Yeah. Make just I guess it'd be an athletics check. So you're trying to break the lock physically. If somebody wants to help, you can get advantage.
Yeah, please help.
My quarterstaff.
Kanan's given some help.
Harriet's in too much of shock to be of any help. I'll just say that.
Feel that Varus has one goal.
Okay. We'll say, for the sake of brevity here, after some finagling, you managed to get the cages open.
Seriously, let's cast a 5th level guiding bolt at one of them.
Oh no!
Yeah. They already know we're here. What could it hurt?
The cage open one way or another.
Yeah. So, as you pop the locks and the cage doors swing open, had to get my door creak in.
Gotta do it to him.
That's, I think, where we're going to end the session today. So we're a little over on time. And we'll pick up summarizing the fight and all of that. Yeah. Plus,
We did it. I never changed my lights to evil. We were just cool blue the whole time.
Oh my gosh, me either. Hold on. There we go.
Where's it? There it is.
Mine doesn't show up as much.
All right. Well, thank you for everyone who watched. Thank you all for playing. This is so much fun, and we have a lot to cover next session, so I'm very excited. This would be a lot of fun.
We get to go to dinner as if nothing happened.
You got a little while for that. But that's where we're
We
going to
gotta
call it
get
tonight.
out of hell, guys.
We gotta. But hey, we managed to get all the things on the list.
All right.
Yeah. Maybe the sister will help.
Once again, thank you everyone for playing. I had such a blast. It was so much fun. And we'll pick it up next week, same time.
Yeah.
All right. Bye.
Bye, guys.
All right, stream's off.
Okay. I gotta go. These are killing my head.
All right.
Just